Hola a todos. Hello everyone. Bienvenidas, bienvenidas, bienvenidos a esta segunda.
Hello everyone and welcome to this second and last day of 017 ENISE. We have a morning loaded with content. We're going to be talking about current affairs and the challenges we have, where we are, where we're heading, and how to make progress towards a more secure world with everybody's cooperation and participation. And we shall start with a panel about a topic that I'm sure you will be interested about, which is the two uses of AI in cybersecurity. We will talk about its opportunities, the risks, and dangers in the development of corporate tools. We have an excellent panel, and I want you to give a round of applause to Elena García, Jorge Blanco, Fernando Rubio, Ángel Pérez, José Palacio, and Carlos Saiz. The session will be moderated by Roberto Barata, Director of Loss Prevention, Business Continuity and Security at DPO Abanca. Good morning. We will try to start this new day at ENISE. We have a very typically Leonese day, a very wet morning. Let's try to welcome the people who are still joining and coming into this conference room. And today we want to start with a debate that I believe is rather interesting, related to what everybody thinks about when we read about the title of the panel. We're going to be talking about corporate tools, but today we shall also discuss with the different members of the panel. We will introduce each of them later. We will be discussing about the strength or the disruption of AI and its effect not only on our personal lives but also on our corporate lives. It has even become a great kind of brainstorming space. I want to welcome you all again. I want to welcome the prophets, the apocalyptic people, those buyers, sellers, any interested parties, and in short, all of us for whom AI means a new paradigm and a disruption, which we will see whether it's a positive or negative one. But no doubt it will have an effect on our cooperation and our corporations and on our professions. Good morning, Elena. Please tell us what you do. My name is Elena García. I am the CSIO at Indra, and I also spent part of my life working at INCIBE, and it is a pleasure to see how it has grown and how powerful it is, and it is good to be here right at the time to cooperate with prophets, with poets, and share what the current paradigm is, what the challenges are ahead of us, and how we're going to be working as professionals and as a society in general. We have two representatives from two of the main companies that have initiated all this. Jorge, good morning. Yes, indeed. My name is Jorge Blanco, and I represent Google. I am the director of the office of the CSIO for Latin America and Europe at Google Cloud. And yes, I feel partly responsible of what we're going to be talking about, just as much as Fernando is. We have a lot of legislators, regulators who are fearful since, their objective is to ultimately protect the society as a whole, and we need to help them implement all this with the necessary measures, security measures, so that this revolution is a positive one towards companies and citizens alike, and that we can all make the best use of this technology, which at the end of the day we have been using for a long time. But this is now a new boom due to its new capabilities that it offers. Fernando, has it been a long time that we have AI among us? Well, from the 1950s, no less. However, we are just only beginning to realize what's coming. I'll introduce myself. My name is Fernando Rubio. I am the person in charge of the Azure pre-sales team. I have worked at Cyber for 20 years. You just mentioned a poet, and I saw ChatGPT in a poem for the first time, and I decided to join the trend. and I decided to go to the maximum, to the full. And I am currently the person in charge of the AI team. I believe AI will change the world, no doubt. And I like the reflection of somebody who's very popular, André. He put up the Tesla team. He went from 2 people to 1,000 people, and he said, I am tired of being a boss. I will go back to OpenAI. And what he said is that this is the meta problem. What does that mean? This is the problem that will solve all problems. We're saying, oh my God, the apocalypse is coming. But this is already an apocalypse without the AI. And this is what can solve that problem. So, does it have it risks? Yes, we will have to control the risk, but we need to look beyond. This is a solution. At the end of the day, this is the solution to the major problems that humanity have. We will see that in a minute, yes. Jose, good morning. How do large corporations can use AI? Well, I'm happy to be here with you. I know some of you for a long time. My name is José Palacio. I come from Grupo Santander. I am the global head of Detect. I am in charge of red and blue teams, so I work with vulnerabilities, secure and safe development, but also the response to any security incidents. And then this is where AI comes in. Banking has been using AI for a long time, machine learning and banking learning. It has exploded and boomed with the generative models, and this has become a commodity. I think we are an over-regulated industry, and we are lagging behind the technology advances and progresses. The European community will probably issue the new act to improve the regulation on AI models, but right now the only legislation that we have is related to the model risks, how to control models and how not to incorporate and it doesn't incorporate really important things, such as cybersecurity issues. So we'll have to see how it evolves over time. Good morning, Carlos. Good morning. This time they were quick enough to regulate the environment, weren't they? Good morning, my name is Carlos Sainz. It's a pleasure to be here. I am a partner of a blue company, and I belong to a group of cybersecurity professionals. Well, they have been relatively quick. However, this would be a regulation, not a directive, and regulations can be somewhat slow. And there are many interests involved. There are many things that will affect AI. And when it comes to regulating AI, I have to say that I do not think that the concept is clear. We can just choose. It can be stronger or weaker. Let's see what the norm says, what the standard says, because it may have been reduced from what we thought would be much larger. I think we are just seeing a phenomenon. We don't quite know where this is heading. It might be the problem to solve many other problems, but when you hear definitions such as the one we heard a few days ago, they can say this can be a mixture of the steam machine, the printer, and the atomic bomb. I do not think this is going to be necessarily positive. The revolution will come, but by the time it will come, it might be already quite big for companies, and I think this is what I'm going to be talking about this morning. Indeed. We are all aware about the level of expectations and the manufacturers and how much passion they show when it comes to AI. And I think that all of us who are involved to a more or less extent, we are quite enthusiastic about this. But those of us who work in the background, working on control, we are up against this not so good news kind of story. Everybody is overexcited about AI, and it is actually us from the back of the room saying, be careful with this, just look into it carefully. And there is also a differentiating factor here, in my opinion. We have been building capacities for a long time, as Jose would say. These are corporate business capacities and capabilities under a normalized and standardized kind of setting. But now we have a new personal component, and there is always a debate. As a person, as an employee, I can make a lot out of this. The manufacturers are developing new capacities like there is no tomorrow, and in order to enrich my daily work, my desktop environment. So how can we manage all this from a business perspective? Well, I think it is an opportunity, and it is also an opportunity to provide support to those who are already working. So those who will be joining later, those who have been thinking carefully about it, I think we are going to give them a context full of emotion and thrill. I love when you refer to the meta problem, Fernando. I'll make that idea my own, and I think it is an opportunity at the end of the day, and this is how we are working. We are trying to learn and to try to adopt a different standpoint to try and make the most of the rest of the opportunities that may arise. This is the new vision of security, which has matured a lot in recent times. We have gone over from being those who are lagging behind, who are always late, to becoming the partners, the facilitators, the people who are always there, accompanying our customers and providing a solution that offers as many guarantees as possible. This is an opportunity to prove, to put ourselves to the test, to see whether we are capable of staying at the avant-garde and in the front line. We will be able to resolve many things by using AI, and we have to apply what we have been preaching, and we need to use AI without any complexes. So again, responsibility, accompanying, understanding, and let's go for it, obviously in a controlled environment and context. But one of the greatest risks about AI is for it to go out of control, and I think this is the path we should go. Carlos just said that the norms, that the regulation is still to come. It comes from the European Union, so it doesn't come from any specific regulating body. Those hyper-regulated industries will need to comply with it. But as it happens, there is a lack of proportion between the control model, which is being born at the same time as the solutions themselves, and the hyper speed that you and your companies are actually getting when it comes to developing AI solutions. What is your company's approach, Jorge? How do you approach a customer? And how do you say, well, this is AI for you? Well, in our particular case, the race, because this is at the end of the day a rat race that we have been witnessing in recent months, is absolutely surprising. I come from the financial industry. I have been working at Google for just a few months, and every day you see new features, new models being released, just like any other large technological companies. So for the case of Google, it is very simple, and that's why in this rat race we try to act as follows. We saw Microsoft and how it acquired OpenAI, and the market was taken aback, was taken by surprise. The competitive edge was there, it was clear, and they looked at Google saying, well, this cannot be true. These people have invented the technologies that will be used in future. So what is our approach? How we do approach our customers when it comes to offering them this technology? It can be summarized in a very simple sentence or concept. We call it responsible or accountable AI. And with this, I am not saying that the rest of the companies are not accountable or responsible, not at all. But this is our approach. We want to offer that accountable AI kind of solution. And again, we can use the metaphor with the nuclear technology. When the atomic bomb was invented, there was certain different cases of use. Those related to technology, and then others which are not so responsible, let's say. So that responsibility, that accountability is guaranteed by the security guarantees also for the repeatability of the models. We want to aim at offering responsibility and safety and security for the customers, because once we release this technology to the world, as others are just doing, when it comes to this technology, it can it can be the case that some use cases may be quite negative. And well, fortunately, and in parallel, and let me just mention my financial past again. The financial world is hyper-regulated. I do think, and I do support for regulation for this industry. However, that regulation should be as harmonized as possible and as balanced as possible, because it's always the EU on its own, and then the US also doing its own thing. And this is our approach, going for that responsible AI. This is our motto. You mentioned about Microsoft's operation, Fernando. You totally broke. Microsoft broke any situation with this stellar appearance, and it actually gave rise to something that was totally unheard of. Talking about the famous manifesto signed by many very relevant people in global AI, saying, let's stop the development of this. This is going to be a problem. There have been articles published in prestigious newsletters and publications, both paperback and also online, about the possibility of a catastrophic event. There has been a revolution, and we have seen small cases of misuse, from children playing games that they shouldn't, to judges and lawmakers doing what they shouldn't, which is the exception to the rule. But this disruption model that you have launched in Microsoft, my question is the same. How do you offer your customers? How do you approach your customers? How do you offer these solutions? How do you sell it and say this is what you need and this is how you should use it? Well, Microsoft's approach, I would say, is that of saying this is going to come, and it shouldn't come all of a sudden. It has to come slowly but surely. This is a disruption that we have done before, where there was GPT-3, which was very similar. And those of us who are in this business had been using it for 3 years. I have a colleague who used to use an excuse generator for not turning up at meetings, for instance, and he had been using it for years. The only difference is that GPT has been put in a chat, and now everybody can use it. But there has been many other revolutions in the course of the year. So I would say that Microsoft's position is saying this is going to come, this is the future, and the public, the general public, needs to adapt. In the case of children, I think the important thing is education. We have risks, and we have to control the risks through education. And how do you educate? Well, by making this technology available to them. We've had the release of GPT-4 Vision, and we now start speaking about new things, image recognition, for instance. And again, this entails new risks. So Microsoft's standpoint and position is let's go bit by bit. We cannot put it in a drawer just in case, and then release something for which the population is not really prepared. How does Microsoft do this? Well, they have to do it slowly, and we send a message of responsibility and accountability. And we are saying that now the regulation is coming in 2023, so it's already 7 years behind. 7 years before the moment Microsoft said, I will do my own standard. And we've had some products on the market that we had to take away and withdraw from the market. Things related to facial recognition, etc. So there are cases that we prefer not to develop any further. And then the next step, apart from this standard, is to start building tools. And this is what we're working on. Providing the necessary tools for responsible use of the technology. We released content safety, for instance, and you can choose, for example, allow or not allow sex or violence and things like that. It might appear that this is the same for everyone, but I recently found a security, kind of a security force that need to talk about violence, because this is what you find in the street. And if you have to summarize through ChatGPT, through AI, you have to write it very explicitly. Write what you saw. So you have to allow, for example, that kind of violence in that case. I think at the end of the day, the standards will be rather similar. We have been trying to work around responsibility, things like security, safety, transparency, etc. And once the regulation comes, we'll need to adapt. But again, sadly, the regulation is always behind. But let's go beyond that. Let's think about how we can do real and safe solutions to make everything more transparent and more secure. Jose, you said before that organizations are usually coming behind and they always come late. How are you working around this? Well, I think you have to have a risk-based approach. You need to understand the risk that you're up against and how to mitigate it. And if we talk about the cases that have been mentioned here with the general public, we need to understand that what you see on the internet is not real. You often encounter fake news, and this has always been the case. We have information modified by AI, and this is something that's going to be on the grow. And we need to have those detection capabilities. Not a long time ago, we heard a case of a CEO that had been impersonated through fake technology, and we need to make people aware about what may happen, and we have to have a clear idea of what the rules are, what the response should be, and how, as an individual, we can and should detect a case of deep fake, for instance. And because we will see an increasing number of these instances. And it might be difficult, it might get to a point where it will be difficult to tell the truth apart from the non-truth. And this leads us to several points that already we started discussing with the cloud technology. Before the cloud, we were worried about the possibility or potential of leaked information and how to protect information. And now we have a new risk, the risk of the model, because if the model has been trained with data from your organization, it can respond, it can actually say things that it shouldn't say to people beyond the organization. How are we working around this at Santander Bank? Well, we start from a reality, from a reliance model. We take our own decisions. And it is not just about cybersecurity. It is something that involves the entire organization, CEO, compliance, model risks, business, and obviously cybersecurity. Unless we have that collective approach and collective capacity of risk, of understanding risks and managing risks and knowing exactly what we're doing, this is the major problem we have, the lack of knowledge about how this technology works. It will be very difficult for us to protect ourselves, to defend ourselves, and to make the most out of this technology. And I always say the same thing. This technology has here to make our lives more difficult, particularly to both of us who work in the blue side, but also to make our lives easier. So if we are able to make the most of this technology, we might, just might, be able to solve the problems and level the battlefield. We are now at a moment in a cybersecurity where a kind of a failure is a security breach. And can we make sure that no such failures exist using this tool? Well, possibly, but what are the risks? How do we make sure that those data you need to train the model and the models themselves will function adequately without any security risks? And this is where we are focusing on at Santander, working in a holistic manner across the entire organization, from risk management and control, working together and making sure that we have a very clear idea about what can't and can be done. Carlos. talking about the control models, organizations are getting prepared and getting ready for this. You have experience in the legal environment, and we have been paying attention to the control part of AI, and then we'll talk about the other paradigm, which is privacy. In your opinion, are companies starting to resort to you to try and get help to understand all this? I think things are going much slower than they should. Artificial intelligence, as has been said, existed years ago, but now we have a potential of having a great impact. Also, the speed. I think this is the first time I see a vendor saying, we want to go slowly, and the customer saying, I want this now, I want it now, I want to use it now. This has gone a lot faster than the internet for a company, the cloud, or any other technological paradigm you can think of. We're talking about the end of 2022. So it's just incredible speed, and absorbing all that speed is highly difficult. The regulation will come. It will come sometime, at some point next year, but it will take us a few years to adapt to this. So companies need to organize their business model and their strategies with regard to AI, and they need to do it now. This entails many things. Who's going to be doing what in the companies? Because in the regulated environment of banking, everything is clear. But in other environments, this is not so mature and so clear. And with regard to the regulation, in case somebody has not had the opportunity to see this, it doesn't regulate the figure of a chief AI officer, the CISO. And I believe it will be shared about the CISO and the CEO and the CPO. These are the people who will have to control AI, and I think this is going to model a new kind of organization governance structure. And there is also a massive lack of knowledge. This is clear. People are getting trained to know more about this. People often ask the others, do you use AI? Do you buy AI? Etc. And I like to make the difference between the infrastructure, the algorithm, the model, the mathematics of it, and the data. I see customers saying, I want to make use of that AI, which I think is very well trained, but let's not give them access to my data. I do not trust privacy or reliability. So do you know how it works? You know that it actually does require and need your data. And this is important. The big players will offer everything, but this is full of companies offering specialized AI solutions, algorithm rental, so that you can develop a solution. So you need to make a clear difference between structure, algorithm, and the data sets that are used to populate all that. What would I say then? I would call to organizations to make sure they know who's going to be doing what, with different roles, different functions, etc. Second, we need to start making a kind of a gap as the rules and as the regulation comes in. We need to know how it is going to affect us. We have a regulation on AI. You have to think whether you're a vendor, a user, a distributor, an implementing agency or agent. And with regard to the AI, you have to have different levels of control, and then you have to do a risk analysis and issue your measures, and it will be all about control of the supply chain, risk analysis, communication of breaches. So these are obligations that we more or less know. But again, I think we should start drafting that new governance model and look at the standards from the OECD, the banking sector, etc. Yes, and let's not lose ahead. And also reuse. What does that mean? It happened to us. We often, at a point we saw 200 business cases. Everybody wanted to do something. Let's do a taxonomy. Let's classify what the business cases are, and let's reuse. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be reducing the surface, the attack surface. You're going to have a series of models for chatbot, for instance. So let's narrow it down. Let's not go for 300 business cases, which you are not going to be able to control, and you're going to be seeing an overflow, and they're going to be totally overwhelmed when it comes to controlling all that information. So we have to know what business cases there are. You have to reuse those cases. And again, it's about a learning curve, it's a learning process, and we do not quite know what the invoicing model will be like. And this is something that we will talk about later on, whether it will be based on consumption or a monthly fee, for instance. We are at a very early stage. So my advice is not only due to risk, but also based on cost, we have to make a rational use of the technology and reuse as much as possible.
I'm not going to talk about cost, obviously, because it's not good to talk about money here. But as Carlos mentioned before, companies that are responsible, not all of them are responsible, are breaking a little bit because we are going through a hype moment. Not a hype net, but a hype moment of these technologies, and customers, as Jose mentioned, are very creative. And this generative AI allows for this creativity. So they start requesting, and you need to break things down a little bit. But then security, protection, everything we have to govern should help us to govern the entire AI. And with the entire AI, we need to work. We were talking about productivity tools, Roberto, before. And as normal workers, they start working with the AI since the alarm goes off in the morning. And then you take breakfast using Spotify music, and then you use the navigator you might want to use. You buy a coffee, and then you have a transaction with your phone. So at the end of the day, AI is everywhere already. So please do not confuse generative LM with creative AI. I'm not talking from a protectionist or regulator point of view, but let's regulate everything. So there's a technological change. This is what we saw in Microsoft, which is relevant. So we talk about generative AI as anything else, but we need to talk about a foundational model. We call foundational model in Microsoft, we don't talk about LM, but MM, because it's also images. So image that that are created, so it's multi-model works. And we call them foundational because we had the traditional development of AI. For each application, you came up with a model. You took the data, etc., and you created a model that was used to that specifically. And then AI in Microsoft was as follows. Each team had AI people for everything they had to do. But things are changing. We have a model that is multi-purpose. So 200 cases of use, because whatever you use, you will find a use for this in your daily life. In Microsoft, we are setting up an excellence center, a central model that welcomes all the users. So not all the teams have their own teams working with AIs, but we use a common model. And this is what is going to happen with the organization. This is the same thing we did with the cloud. So why don't organizations have an AI center of excellence to use AI to control costs, etc.? In 2017, it was under the general management. Now, AI, it reports to the legal the legal team because there is security involved for the models, etc. That's what I wanted to say. Okay, let's see. In this booming situation, this is at least what I've seen. I just wanted to explain you what we do in medium-sized banking, working with the private sector and the public sector. For what kind of uses? For corporate uses, because maybe we need to work with the model. And then corporate can also be public or private. But as I said before, we've been using AI for a long time for data modeling, etc. Most of the tools we have in our company, which is a little complicated, it's a chaos. Because we talk about fraud prevention capabilities, so we are working with risk scoring models or purchasing prevention models, profiling, etc. So this is one part, but then there's another paradigm that probably didn't emerge before: productivities, personal tools for productivity, which is something crazy also. And this led us again back to the point in which at the AI room where everything is debated in my company, we need to study things out, because sometimes we use regulations as an excuse to regulate on everything. And then people look at you and they said, oh my God, negative people are always here. So because we start using it at a personal level. Everybody can have different uses that are personal, and there's a sort of a race, and then all of a sudden I see that you launch to the market something wonderful that is going to make my life easier, so it's going to be wonderful for my productivity of my job, etc. Are you going to do this kind of things? Well, I believe everybody has to do this kind of things. My colleagues mentioned very interesting things. So government and INDRA, MINSA, and other organizations, working with security, defense, digital transformations, etc. So the role we have is to be the organization that pushes, that sells, that promotes things, collaborating with big partners. So this is our strategic proposal and how this can be organized at a governance level. So we don't, the cybersecurity people don't have to be those ruling everything, because we need a comprehensive vision with all the leverages. So if we are waiting for the regulation to arrive to come up with a new model, we will do nothing in the end. Also, users are important. Users can use this and make the most of it. And this is where we have to start working. No, they want. There is an exacerbated trend towards that among users. And we already have data. Are we going to limit things out? Are we going to give our professionals the necessary or the best, I would say, tools? Or are we going to have a proportionate, adequate risk management to foster the adoption of a solution? Well, this is the challenge. Once again, we need to work out culture, accompanying people, and make a decision as a company and say, what is the service we are going to provide our professionals, our areas with, and how can we accompany them to make the most of it? In our case, our role, the internal control, but also for customers, the question is very easy. Are customers calling Indra to get this? Of course. Customers call Indra for everything, and this is a challenge for Indra once again. Obviously, artificial intelligence is part of our strategic plan, divided by sector, by market, etc. And there's a great deal of governance and control aspect involved in this regard. We need to manage infrastructure. We need to understand what our algorithm is and which are the data we are going to use. The more we feed the algorithm, the more benefits we'll get from that. We need to control risk. We need to understand business case. We need to understand what the opportunities are. And this is clear for the use and for standardization. This is something open that could be used for everything, and this is a challenge. This is a challenge for customers, and we are going to reuse many things, and this will enable us to optimize everything, culture, optimization, etc. So this is what Indra is doing. Well, Elena mentioned something which is very interesting. When we talk about AI, we always talk about technology. If it's going to replace humans, there is always the apocalyptic mind saying this is going to be the end, etc., of human beings, etc. But at the end of the day, AI is controlled by a person. Of course, protection and security has to be there, and you need to raise awareness among people. But we talk about productivity tools, and this might be worrisome. But before, some years ago, there were people uploading minutes of the bank to a automatic machine translation device to come up with a translation. Well, if you have someone, if you don't identify the risk, what you have to do is to educate this person behind the tools to identify risks. Of course, are we going to limit things? Well, this is what we did back in the year 2000. Internet is going to be used only by top management because they are smart. Well, this is something similar to that. We need to educate to use it responsibly. Not only those who create it responsibly, but also use it responsibly. You are not going to take your car and drive 200 kilometers on the road, even if the technology allows you to do that. Talk about regulation, and as Carlos said, this is an anecdote. This is the first time vendors saying, this is what I want to do because this is very powerful and this is appropriate. The European regulation, the AI Act, defines for the first time, I believe, forbidden uses. Because so far it was only risks. Now it's banned usage. Carlos, you said at Microsoft that this is not going to be done or that is not going to be done. So we all know that at the end of the day, there is a digital trading undercover war because the act aims at creating market, and this is forbidden in Europe. But you are a worldwide company, so this self-control is worldwide, or there's going to be a battle. So the question is very simple. Are we going to see tomorrow that these services are forbidden in the European Union, but using your tools you can do it anyhow? That's a very difficult question you're asking. This is not new. Europe has strong regulations. Microsoft's abide by that in Europe. What you are saying, if you're in Europe, you need to abide by that. If it is a European company, even if you hire or have a contract in the U.S. and pay for the contract in the U.S., you are a European company, and so you need to abide by the law. So this is not going to happen. So let's try to make the regulation equal everywhere as much as possible. I know it is difficult. My conviction is please don't open things up. If there is no consensus on the world about what human rights are, there's not going to be consensus on this either. The regulation was not created by science fiction geeks to say this is a banned usage. So they didn't take examples of things that are being done in the world and say you cannot do this or that or this or that. They talk only about banned or forbidden usage. So we talk about users and user capabilities, and well, I can use this to ask questions, to answer questions, to come up with summaries, etc. So everybody at a company level should be educated on that, but we must not forget that some AIs do everything for the people because they have their own model, they are data set, etc., and users are going to consume what the AI provides, the data exploitation made by AI. So we need to see what the role of each person is. Users with or without capability will be there. So you can tell the marketing department the profile of customers is great, and then where does it come from? I don't know exact. Probably the business intelligence area provided me with these data, etc., of profiles, etc. Of course, we need to work on criteria that should be clear. But the directive is mainly based on fundamental rights. This is privacy, this is equality, this is neutral impact, etc. So it's intellectual property, image properties, etc. The new regulation is based on that. So the regulation doesn't talk about cybersecurity per se. It's business case and how do you use it, what is banned, what is not banned, biased, not biased, and transparency, ethics, etc. Transparency, co-pilot. When we activate co-pilot on Office 365, what happens? All the data of the company are indexed to train the model. Can we reuse this model or not? Can the model be used by the company? Can the model be used by other companies? So these kind of things regarding transparency. And excuse me, providers present here, Carlos and the others, I appreciate, but this will allow you for analyzing risks. Infrastructure will be in the cloud. Guess it is going to be that. Some algorithms can be run in 32 bits. So you can run LMM algorithms. We are working with my team with this kind of algorithms. You don't have to use many computing for that. But as I said before, the most important thing are data and model. What data you use, how do you protect them, what model you use, who has the ownership and the intellectual property of the model I'm training, and is this model going to be for me only or for the rest of the world? Copilot in GitHub is for the rest of the world. It's a public model like you can use, so there's no training done by yourself. The most internal part, Fernando can say this and elaborate on that. And Fernando, I'm sure, he's going to say that everything is controlled and safe. So Microsoft does not live on data. This is the first thing we have to do for a long time already. So you have a Hotmail account. Nobody looks at your Hotmail account for publicity in the public sector. So in the business world is even less. So all your data are indexed on 365. If you have a 365 on PowerPoint, you have a search engine. So try to search there. The many documents are shared, and the problem is that when people use Copilot, Copilot helps you to search, and Copilot finds things that probably it shouldn't have access to. And I'm not joking. If you are using 365, Copilot is going to be exacerbated in terms of data use, and data are not used to train models. But we have two Bing versions. Bing Chat for personal use. If you read the model, you say that your data are going to use that are not going to use to train the model, or your data are going to be used to train the model. So we are going to defend you if there's no maluse of your data. We are going to be for you. So this is clear. So transparent, as you said. We need to understand risks, contests, and the exchange. And to do that, transparency is clear to get to this vision. So last intervention. I would like to end on a positive note. We're talking about uncertainties, many things, etc. There is a tool. We have a Spanish control authority of AI in Coruña, in Spain, in the north. So we have sandboxes. These tools are good to tests in semi-real environments with data before reality that will be used precisely to that. What can be the impact of that on people? This intellectual property, this data set, these algorithms, I think sandboxes are going to be used very well to that because it's a supervised environment, a real life test using real life data, but it's not going to be really in real life. So we encourage you, if you want to start to use this kind of initiatives, some calls are already been launched, just for you to start using sandboxes. First of all, I would like to thank you all, José Fernando, José Carlos. When we were preparing this panel, we thought we could be there for 2 days talking about that. I think this is very interesting. All participants are going to use this event to ask questions and wonder about many things, and we can transfer the questions and the ideas to our organizations. Opportunities are there, risks are there. So it's up to each organization to face these challenges. So thank you very much to start this morning, this rainy morning at ENISE. So thank you very much, because starting in the morning is not simple. It's going to be easier for the next roundtable, but thank you very much for being here.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. Many things to be told about AI with responsibility, the need of having governance, which is fundamental. So let's prepare the next roundtable. So 5 minutes, and we'll resume in 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Bueno, ahora sí.
Okay. 017. From 017, we moved to 7 years. ENISE is helping people with cybersecurity. Now, we are going to talk about those who moved from the seed to internationalization. We let's welcome. Let's welcome Cristina Ventue, Daniel Hernandez, Pilar Villa, and the moderator is going to be Victoria Balbuena. Thank you very much. So, entrepreneurship from the seed to the internationalization. Good morning, and everybody. Thank you for being here today with us in this 17th edition of ENISE. Always by your side. It's an honor for me to present this panel. I've been working with entrepreneurship and supporting entrepreneurship at ENISE since 2017. Now I'm the officer for internationalization in the organization, so I've been following up these projects from the onset. As our MC said, I am accompanied by Pilar Vila, founder and CEO of Forensic and Security, Mr. Fernandez, founder of CEO, and Cristina Fernandez, CEO and co-founder and Chief Operating Officer, of INISE Risk. So, Pilar, Daniel, and Cristina, please introduce yourself, please introduce your companies, and please let us know what you do. And at Forensic and Security, we provide security managed services, cybersecurity managed service. We are focused on digital forensics. This is our core. This has been always our main approach. So we've always been working with forensics. We were tired of being so stressful, so we said to ourselves, we need to protect things even before that. Before everything happened, so we started providing more preventive services. So we came up with a SOC. This is one of the service lines we have, but also we've always investigating. So we came up with a forensic hardware to provide data. So the project was expensive. We didn't find all the funding that was necessary. So we are working with hardware hacking, which is less expensive. We share information. We relieve designs for the cyber security community, but we continue working with hardware issues or questions. Daniel, I'm sorry, my name is Daniel Hernandez at INCIBE. We safeguard the digital. If you're not assets, if you're not aware of blockchain and assets, we have 10 times more frauds than in the financial sector. Transactions cannot be undone or modified. So if people are attacked, funds are not going to go back. So there's a sort of anonymity in transactions that call for attacks. So if you want to use and participate at a blockchain, you need a public keyword and a private keyword, and you need to safeguard these keywords. And this is what we do. What we do to reduce complexity with the credit cards and specific cases we all are aware of. So we make something very complicated, something simple. So what we do is complex, but it's very easy to understand. So you don't build a house saying the bricklayer that you want to have the structure, and then you call a company that is expert in security, and then you said, please secure my house. This is not what we do. We work with security even before a written code exists. So we talk about design of architecture and the associated risks, because 50% of vulnerability come in at the moment the software is designed. So that's very interesting. That thing is in fashion, so prevent from the onset. It's been regulated, by the way, and it's absolutely necessary to bear this in mind. So, great. We know the speakers now, and we all know that they have all gone through the incubation and speed up programs of INCIBE. And you did that at an early stage of the project called the seed phase of the project. So at that initial phase, did you already include in your roadmap the internationalization, or this is something you came up with later to grow? We participate with the forensic hardware data extraction program, and for us, internationalization was key because the project was for law enforcement agency professionals working with a very specific forensic program. So Spain was not a market that would be enough. So we wanted to work with the Anglo-Saxon market because we believed the Anglo-Saxon world would understand this software very easily, this program very easily. I guess all projects are born thinking about internationalization later on, but it all depends on the geographical area the project was started, and there are cultural things to be included. So cybersecurity is just a global, but truth be told, some markets are more advanced. Even if things are global, not everybody perceives issues with the same intensity. So it's simpler to sell in some markets, especially those that need this kind of solution. So it makes sense. Yeah, you need to identify your market. You need to understand whether or not this market is enough, or you start thinking about a more global strategy, not thinking only about a specific country. And then the service lines also were thought to become international because we are competitive. So certain countries can welcome our services very well. Then we can talk about prices, etc. But I believe digital projects per se can become international due to their nature. I think the cybersecurity sector generate these startups called born global, so those that were created globally. Yeah, that's very interesting. Danny, in your case, our case is very similar. We had the Cyber Emprende project in 2019. The program was started by ENISE. I went to London for an Indiegogo event. Indiegogo is an American company that had an event in Europe. The idea was for us to start working in other markets, and the idea was also to understand where markets were. Our market can be global, but we needed to understand where customers were. So at the beginning, it was clear that we were not going to sell in Spain only, but in other markets. So we started working with the U.S., probably a little biased because we were using an American platform, and then post-sales were done in the U.S. So we had to become international from the beginning. So, Cristina, what about areas with you? Well, we have a interesting story. The program was in beta, and BBVA wrote to us in English, and everything was in English from the very beginning. So we didn't know exactly, people didn't know exactly where we were. So the cybersecurity officer wrote to us saying that you have a very disruptive program. We want to take a look at that. And so I replied and said, well, we can go and show you the demo. And they replied us and said, oh, no, you don't have to come from Silicon Valley for the demo. And I said, we're not in Silicon Valley, we are in Huesca. So we were working in a wheat barn for years, and so this empty and rural area in Spain was the origin of the company. Oh, that's wonderful. That's a wonderful case. I remember when Inditex called us after other clients. I was working with the sheets and the sheep. I'm sorry, of our neighbors were eating our garden, and at the same time I was talking to Inditex. So, if your mindset is global, you can be global. You can contribute remotely, and you can work remotely. Agri-food market, for example, I understand that you start with Spain in this market, first domestic and then abroad. But in the cyber world, more mature markets are the Anglo-Saxon markets. Europe is lagging behind, but the Anglo-Saxon, as Frank Sinatra says, if I can make it there, I can make it everywhere. According to your experience and based on your initial DNA, you knew that you had to go abroad. Is this the recommendation you would give to other entrepreneurs that are looking at us now, that are listening to us now? Do they have to think about internationalization from the beginning? Well, that's my 100% recommendation, by the way. Regardless of your market and your client, you always have to have this global vision from a client perspective, supplier perspective, from a talent perspective as well. Because this is going to help you, first of all, to not to set boundaries or limits for what you want to achieve. Even if you're small, even if you don't have the same resources as other companies, if you're flexible and if you have the capability, the possibility of going everywhere to get clients, partners, or suppliers, this is a fundamental part of any company that wants to grow and have its place on the market. There are regulatory problems, issues that can constrain you, and then you can say, okay, I need to work with one market first and then deal with another market. So there were no regulatory barriers at the beginning, so it was the same for us selling to the US, to Australia, or anywhere else. So the only barriers we have are customs barriers because we send a product, which is specific for your case. You have a physical product, which is not frequent in the world of cybersecurity. Yes, and we send our product to 38 different countries. 38 different countries. From Spain, you sell to 38 countries. We need to be proud of that. One of the barriers we impose to ourselves is that we perceive ourselves small. But ladies and gentlemen, a small company in Spain selling to 38 countries a physical product is worthwhile mentioning. Thank you, Danny. Pilar? Well, I see this in two ways. So, first of all, Harvard. This is the line that was created internationally from the very beginning, and we wanted to fairs, we went to Israel, we went to England, etc. So we were focused on the international from the beginning. For other sort of services, packages of services, so after sales and people, the focus is Spain first, then looking to the international market. So speeds are different. For Howard, everything was faster, and with this package of services, the pace is different. The focus is first Spain, and then internationalization is another line of work we have, but the strength is not the same as the strength we apply to Harvard. Yeah, that's interesting because services, because there's no custom duties, etc., is easier. Well, it all depends on the time of user, the type of user as well. Yes, costs, where there is a friction, a language problem, because the personnel should have some specific characteristics and they need to speak English and they need to communicate fluently with English or in English. So it's difficult for me to find cyber profiles, but cyber profiles in English, so which makes things a little bit more complicated. So if you can have something that is pure, you can work directly international. But there's software, but then people. So there's another component. The process is slower to become international.
And Cristina, do you have to implement it from an early stage, or is it better to do it later on? What's your advice for entrepreneurs? Talking about internationalization is scary because you're always in your comfort zone when you sell in the domestic market. But the corporations we do are disruptive. You have to sell to the Anglo-Saxon markets, also other markets. But basically, you cannot just stay in your own market. You have to travel a lot. You have to attend international conferences. Or you have to belong to institutions such as the EXO, which has a specific program geared towards SMEs. And we always think about what the community can do for us. The ISEX, INCIBE. You need to keep asking, and what can we open source provide? Well, expertise, articles, etc. In Anglo-Saxon markets, which you know very well, there is a saying says, the givers gain. It is true that here we need to think about what the community can provide us with, but we have to think about what we can do also and what we can give the community. Yes, indeed. And the barrier, the physical barrier that we see, how our partners get to the US, starting with a soft landing, for instance. When you don't have the resources, you need to look where to find them, and associations are fundamental. Let me just include a small comment about something that was not in the script, but I would like to discuss, and that's the issue of talent for internationalization. You all mentioned this. Cristina, with her company, with Idios Risk, they are a fully remote organization. Which makes it easier for them to get new talent, to capture new talent, and you can do this also elsewhere. How are you seeing this? Is it easy? Is it difficult? Cristina, I'll start with you. Yes. Getting talent, when it comes to getting talent, you have to give a benefit in return. So the benefits you provide must be something with which large companies cannot compete. For instance, we implemented a 4-day week, 4-day work policy, and this led to good results. We have 170 people, and more than half of them are engineers. And for the moment we implemented this program, working 4 days per week, we haven't lost one member of staff. So providing a rotation capability, more holidays, whatever you can. If you don't have money, you have to do it. And then the rest of the perks, you can do many things as a startup. I think you are no longer a startup, you're rather a scale-up. Dani and Pilar, what can you tell us about regarding talent? Our sector is somewhat peculiar because in the environment there are many projects related to crypto coins that have grown in value a lot, and there are many people trying to get into these projects because a large part of the remuneration will be related to the tokens. This makes it difficult to acquire new talent for two reasons. One, an economic reason and a tax-related reason. You can see globally how businesses that may be based in the US or wherever, but the people they work with are scattered around the world. So from the perspective of the actual knowledge of the blockchain, this makes it all very complex. And when it comes to something more standard, such as programming or programming of secure elements, etc., we have the same issues as any other IT company. We work remotely at 95%, and this is an important challenge. Finding qualified people within the regulation that we have to comply with. Pilar? Well, talking about profile is always difficult. And I agree with Cristina. You have to provide benefits. You have to give benefits to the people. We offer all the senior workers the possibility to work remotely, not to seniors. I prefer to have junior workers in the office. And we try to make it as flexible as possible, providing different stock options, etc. Yes, if the business works, whoever works for that business has to receive the benefit, and it has to be proportional. And the people who work with us can see this, can live this, and at the end of the day, you create that environment that is different from that of a corporate business. That direct relationships with the people with you, because it is a kind of business where everybody provides or contributes directly. Yes, the culture is absolutely important when it comes to retaining talent. Many people at interviews say that I'm so happy I found you because I was going to walk out of the profession of the programming career thinking I would be doing something else in life. Yes, this is where we are slightly different. If you think about the startup model in general, yes, we're very swift, very agile, and when you hire people, you think that you are interviewing them, and it is actually quite the reverse. They are interviewing you. Yes, everything has overturned. Before, companies had a pool of workers, and it is now the workers that choose the companies they want to work at. And this has changed the way we capture talent. Just to finalize, because we don't have much time left, I would stay here for hours, but what recommendations and what advice could you give to these entrepreneurs who might go through the programs that are available through INCIBE and our initiative to support entrepreneurship before they go international? What advice would you give them with regard to resources, the support they might find, or the countries they should look at? I think they need to look for strategic partners. A good partner can help you a lot in a given country, as we mentioned before. Or maybe just try to go for a specific profile. We chose to work with partners, but I see that other startups choose a specific person in a specific countries because of their expertise, their contacts, etc., and they can open that market. I see both possibilities. We have always preferred to work with partners, but having an interesting profile in a country can also open many doors for you, and I think we should value that. You have to think about going international from the beginning. This idea has to be flowing around, and it has to be there. And again, rely on other companies. At the end of the day, we entrepreneurs have an ecosystem where we can support each other, we can discuss, and we can learn from others who have already done it. Talk about it, discuss, how did that go with you, what can you advise, etc. So a lot of therapy, work with a beer in hand, and yes, indeed. Well, my recommendation would be that they do not look at it as a barrier. They always should have that focus in mind of going abroad, trying to sell their product. Probably they might be even better in certain environments than in Spain itself, and it's not that difficult. if you have a good product and if you are professional, you're always going to have the respect of other partners in those environments where you are working. Yes, we support each other. Well, sometimes you can look at it from a perspective. We work with large companies which wouldn't really need to work with us. They could perfectly work with other company. So I think that at the end of the day, it is a question of not looking at it as something that's impossible to achieve, but rather as something that's part of your work, and try to get the necessary partners and resources to develop your business. You need the resources, of course. If you do not know how to start, you can contact ISEX or the INCIBE. Everything we did in the course of the program, so the resources are there. We cannot say that we don't have the tools available. It's just a matter of willpower. Yes, I agree with my partner, with my colleague here. There are many subsidies for externalizations. There are institutions, ISEX, INCIBE, even at local level or regional level, there are organizations and bodies, there are public institutions to make you successful abroad. We have to go for it. You have to request subsidies, benefits. The new programs such as Desafía by ISEX. Yes, ISEX and INCIBE with a program to go outside. Yes, very good. Well done. You're always one step ahead, aren't you? Yes, and I would recommend talking. As Pilar just mentioned, you have to talk about everyone you can. You should get surrounded by advisors, people who have the experience. Visit international events. And also speak to the community. We are threat modeling. It is a part of open web application security programs. So you provide your content, you make yourself known. There are so many things you can do, and then you should have made a good technical advisory board or customer advisory board. There are many strategies to hand, and if somebody wants to talk to me, I am fully available. Fantastic. Well, let's have a big round of applause to these three people who are making it big outside, and they are excellent representatives of our national Spanish industry. Thank you for being part of the panel, and you can talk to our entrepreneurs outside and also at the internationalization area of INCIBE and also the entrepreneurship area. Thank you and have a good day. Thank you. Supporting entrepreneurs is always important. And we will continue talking about innovation because now we have a speaker who will talk about an important interesting thing, which is innovative public procurement. I'm talking about Tatiana Gutierrez, and she is in charge of the strategic initiative for public procurement, innovative public procurement at INCIBE. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the International Conference on Information Technology, ENISE, on its 17th edition. I am here with all of you to talk about INCIBE's Innovative Public Procurement Initiative. At INCIBE, we have always supported the security in the industry. INCIBE's vision to develop this industry is included in a 2021 to 2025 strategic plan. And we focus on one of these strategic axes, which is pushing the cybersecurity sector with businesses. Why are we working on strategic sectors, on families, on minors? Everything we do from INCIBE CERT and through our 017 helpline, we are also expanding internationalization. We want the Spanish brand to go beyond our borders, as we have just heard in the previous panel. We need the entire industry to create talent, to promote the ecosystem, to push research, development and innovation, not only here, but beyond our borders. In 2020, when we started thinking about our new strategic plan for 2021 to 2025, we thought at INCIBE that we should do some innovative public procurement. We had started off with certain public procurement contacts, with small contracts. We had some challenges that we overcame together with the regional government of Castilla y León. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible. But we wanted to go beyond that. We wanted to work not only on research and development, but also we wanted to work around innovation. So we started thinking about how businesses and key agents were working from across the country, also from Europe, and we did a benchmark. We started working on that strategy, and you may all remember that something happened in 2020 that changed everything. We were working on an innovation idea. We wanted to push and develop the industry. We wanted to do things differently. And March 2020 came, which we all sadly remember, and it required from us to be adapted. We had to change the chip, and we thought it's now or never. We are in the age of digital transformation, digitalization, the rules are different, the playing field is different, and let's work differently too. So we validated our first strategy at the National Forum for Cybersecurity, and then in 2021 we started designing and devising this new innovative public procurement strategy. Working on strategies is all very nice, also working with innovative ideas, but the industry as a whole knows far too well that without money, without economic resources, you can't do anything. The funds did arrive. The recovery plan for transformation and resilience gave us an amount of money that was totally unheard of in the cybersecurity world, and for us, they provided with funds to launch the innovative public procurement strategy. We had to hire a technical office, and despite this wonderful event, it is not really that many of us. We need help, we need support, we need people to help us think. People that allow us to think differently. We are very good at cybersecurity. We are very good at resolving issues, at awareness raising and disseminating. But innovation, that small I, requires help. So we hired a technical office for that help. And we started getting our act together, and in the Mobile Congress in 2021, we announced that we would do it. That we had a design, certain ideas, that we would materialize. So we launched our first preliminary consultation to the market. It is very good for us to have good ideas, but as you may know, for public procurement, for the pre-sales public procurement, innovative public procurement, it is fundamental to do a consultation first, to gauge the market, to know what offer and demand is like, and also what the trends are. It's research and development, but with innovation. So we launched a preliminary consultation to the market. We had a big wave, a surge of ideas, and this helped us have that roadmap prepared by 2022. This is an early demand map, as we came to call it, and it is a collection of more than 300 ideas, innovative ideas, by a human team from INCIBE that worked day in and day out in the processing of that information, and we started devising those two calls, those two first calls. Call number 1, which was launched in July 2022. Not a long while ago. In the public administration, it is very difficult to work with such short times. Although I know that all of them working in this system think that these times are very broad. But the first call was only published a few months ago. And a few months later, we launched the second call. This year, since we still had some money left, after those two first calls, we did launch a third one. But important, the Recovery, Transformation and Resilience Plan, the next generation funds, were really demanding because we needed to have everything in place by the 31st of August this year. And in March, we said, let's go for the third call and we will make it. And we did. July and August were not holiday months, as you can imagine. We had to finalize everything. We had to launch everything by them. And we started with the official execution of the three calls in August and September this very year. I would like to congratulate the entire team represented by me here. I am just one member of the team. We have more than 40% of INCIBE's staff that have been involved directly in this project and in the calls, and I want to thank the colleagues that made this possible, those who thought back in 2020, 2021 and 2022, many of whom are no longer with us. Not that they're dead or anything, but they are now much better off working elsewhere. And I want to thank them also for the fact that we are here today, because it's a common success. And this has only just started. We went really fast to launch the contracts, and now we have to execute them. We have 3 years ahead of us. By the 30th of May or 30th of June, depending on the calls, to execute all these projects. Here I wanted to show you really what this initiative is all about. What is an initiative that seeks to find competitive cybersecurity solutions for end users. We are not happy, or it's not good enough to have ideas not tested with end users. We want end users to put these solutions to the test, and who may acquire the solutions in future once they go on the market. The impact. We have launched 224 million euros in investment, in capital investment, and this is the largest investment in cybersecurity, in innovative public procurement projects across Europe. There is no other, and up until a week ago, nobody else had pledged so many millions of euros for security and innovation. We need to push innovation, that small I, and competitiveness from this public entity, which at the end of the day, we belong to the public sector. We're a company that belongs to the public sector, and we want to inject, we want to push and promote private industries. But we are not only happy with the existing companies in the private industry. We want to take into account the entire value chain, not just the large contractors, but we also need to include and take into account the entrepreneurs, the startups, the research centers, the technological centers, innovation centers. We do not want to leave anyone behind. This initiative should have a global vision, including all agents and partners working in cybersecurity. And hence, in our design, we have included certain criteria for the participation of these actors, which often lack the opportunities, those small SMEs, those entrepreneurs, those innovation centers. This is something that is not often done, but this is the only way we know how to work, and we need everybody's support and participation. This initiative is an innovation policy geared towards reinforcing the industry's capabilities. And why? Well, if we all now think and work in the creation of solutions, we are going to be co-investing at INCIBE in innovative ideas, in future products, so that in a short period of time, and from the year 2026, in any case, we have cybersecurity solutions to help all citizens, the entire public sector, and everyone in general. If we create a cybersecure space using tools that allow all agents working for cybersecurity, it will be a great success for INCIBE. We don't care about the millions. We just care about placing solutions on the market to favor and to benefit the entire chain. And of course, if the industry markets these solutions and can make money out of them, we will all win out as a country. We need to raise the flag of Spain going for innovation, research and innovation. We want to be among the best in the world, but unless we believe in ourselves, if we do not help the process from public policies, it is difficult for you to make it on your own. And obviously, let's not forget talent. We know in this event we have certain specific talks devoted to talent, and it is important to take into account that talent as a leverage for employment generation, for job creation, and that people with the ideas, with the talent, and with their vocation do not get lost on the way. They need to be part of it. We created 7 different actions with R&D programs, SMEs projects, strategies, public sector, infrastructures, training, and small projects. These 7 actions with these potential bidding avenues generated the first idea. The training solutions, well, they entailed a change of paradigm. We are hiring innovation. Can we innovate in training? Yes, but we cannot wait for the year 2026 before we have this type of solution. So we need to start today working on those innovative solutions that are so much demanded by the public sector, the citizens, and the country as a whole. So that action was rejected and was converted into a bidding project, a specific bidding project with different files, and we had an important budget for it. It was essential that that part did not have to wait for the rest. So we brought it forward. The rest of the actions, the CPP 1, the call 1, action 1, and actions 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7 were part of a second call called CPP 2. And then CPP 3, stage 3 or call 3, came to cover those things that had not been covered by the former 2. What about the reach? What we are really hiring are independent R&D projects to provide a response to a series of challenges that are extracted from our early demand map and from the actions that I explained earlier. This is important because this is a pre-sale public procurement. We share risks and benefits. It is not a benefit program. It is not a contract, part of the usual public sector contracting structure. It is a contract for the hire and for the procurement of information solutions and cybersecurity solutions. We share risks and benefits. What is our benefit? Well, we retain a license for use and we help this go through. And on top of that, we have a payment paid by installments that we receive as royalties. This is our return. With that aim, we require an offer, we require certain documents, because at the end of the day, we do have to abide by the contract law, with the public contract law. We have certain regulatory documents in place in order to minimize the potential risks, because I remind you, this is part of the Recovery, Transformation, and Resilience Plan, and there are a series of controls that we need to comply with. Then the times, I already said, up until 30th of June 2026 for the execution of the first call. 30th of May 2026 for call 1 and call 2, and 30th of June 2026 for call 3. And then the commercialization and the acquisition is excluded. We just stop at the pre-sales. And this is the execution. This is what the execution looks like in a nutshell. In the offer stage, contractors sends us an offer. They have to do an engineering project with specific details. Then, depending on the call, in the following stage, they will need to finalize to a TRL6 with a prototype, and then we move on to the TRL8 for the validation of that prototype on an operational environment. Not a real environment, but an operational environment that can be seen by a customer. This is sort of a pre-production stage. Again, selling and marketing is excluded. Our data and the numbers, 3 calls, 175 million, including modifications of capitals. Out of those 224 million that were provided to us, we have 83 different contractors. One contractor could provide and send more than one project. More than 100 businesses, because if we add to these subcontractors the other contractors, the startups and the innovation centers, we're talking about more than 100 entities. And a catalogue of 36 challenges covered. This picture here is not quite the challenges as such, but it's just an approximation by grouping together the challenges so that you can see where the major investment is going. And clearly it is in the shock branch, the 3 calls. Then you will see a video, and I can ask my colleagues from the control room to play now on the future map.
Muestra el estado de todos los proyectos de las diferentes fases de la iniciativa estratégica de la compra pública innovadora. Esta nueva sección mostrará todos los datos de cada reto y de las empresas tecnológicas que aplican a ellos en cada una de las provincias de la geografía española. Mediante los puntos de color rojo podemos conocer el número total de proyectos de cada fase y todas las actuaciones de cada empresa. Al hacer clic en cada uno, el mapa aumentará su distancia para sectorizar aún más por provincias y municipios en los que está ubicado cada empresa. Gracias a los filtros laterales y a las pestañas superiores, accedemos al listado completo de empresas y a un filtrado adicional según la inicial. Además, el usuario dispone de información adicional, así como de su ficha técnica, contacto, dirección y todos los proyectos llevados a cabo, junto con el presupuesto de cada proyecto. Entre todos conseguiremos sumar aún a más empresas tecnológicas a la mayor iniciativa de compra pública innovadora en ciberseguridad de todo el mundo.
Well, this map is going to be published on our website with all the locations, because we launched the 3rd call for public procurement. Probably the map is not going to be complete, but this is going to be uploaded on the INCIBE website. Let's take a look at the calls and contractors that are included in the call. I hope everyone is going to find him or herself. So the R&D programs is the first of the actions. That was launched in order to have tractor programs with compulsory hiring for startup, innovation centers, and entrepreneurs. The first call was launched to the market, and we committed 26.4 million euros in 8 contracts with 13 R&D projects with those companies that let's say the engine motor companies, those that come behind were not included. These are the challenges covered and the financial contribution. For the second call, we reached even 89.3 million euros, including modifications of 83 contracts with 35 different companies, with 21 challenges sorted out. We asked for 2 companies per challenge. So it's a pre-sale call with a competition. So we couldn't adjudicate things to only one. So the process should be for at least 2 companies per challenge. For this part, 30 challenges were launched. We covered only 27, and the rest were covered by the other calls. So what are the challenges? Fighting against insiders. The biggest cybersecurity threat is the one we cannot control or we don't know about. If we use innovative tools to prevent and to prevent things, we can limit, and all the companies will be calmer. Quantum-resistant advanced cryptography. This is quantum cryptography, which is advancing immensely, so we couldn't lag behind, and that was the second challenge. Challenge 3, data security and prevent malicious use. So there's nothing to be said. So far, we're all data, and we know what's purchasing and selling data is all about. So we need to secure them. Systems for evaluation and compliance. Compliance was also covered, challenge 4, especially with the new regulation and with the regulations that are coming. Digital identity. So there was a specific challenge to deal with that. Cyber resilience in the supply chain. Not only do we have to control each part of the chain, but if we have the national security scheme, which is fundamental part for the public sector, this is not only for providers first, but if this provider has other providers, and if this supply chain doesn't have the necessary security level, well, that will become the weakest link. So the entire chain should be secured. That's why we created this OT devices challenge. 5G networks, also key. So we managed to get 3 projects. SMEs and freelancers. They are not forgotten. They are actually our best allies. Let me give you one datum. In the public procurement strategy, I said 83 companies, more than 80% of them are SMEs. Innovation. Challenge 12. Discovery and analysis of services on the internet. Mainly, we're talking about malicious nature services. Hooks, which are important for our certs. We need to compile information. We need to know what the threats are. We need to know what's everywhere. So cybercrime victims, we are the public sector. We are working with cybersecurity. So we need to work on, if allow me to say this, in getting the bad guys, cybercrime criminals. So give law enforcement agency the tools to do that. Cyber threats. How many threats exist and we don't know who's behind? Let's try to find who are behind. That was number 18. Challenges 19 to 30 were For the second call, our SOCs. We managed to cover energy, transport, financial, health, water, tourism, industry, and the SME sectors. And why these sectors and not other sectors? The mainstreaming of NIS2 is here. So we wanted the strategic ideas of NIS 1 and 2 covered. So we need to surveil all these sectors because these are the sectors required by NIS. So we needed to provide them with tools and ideas to work in this regard. So far, call number 2. We still had money, and we couldn't do everything. So we distributed all the money we had with all the offers that reached in the end. But some of the challenges were not covered. Some other challenges were not covered, at least at minimum. So we decided to launch a third call. For the third call, in record time, it was launched in March, we managed to hire 46 contracts with 38 companies. We committed 59.5 million modifications included. So 7 challenges. Here can you see a line that is more important, connected vehicles. It's a line with the highest number of projects. So challenge 1, protection against the electromagnetic spectrum. 5G, but the electromagnetic spectrum is more than that. So we managed to work with 5 contracts, connected vehicles, 15 contracts with them. So when we talk about connected vehicles, not only do we have to think about cars, but any other kind of vehicles, drones including, and other vehicles. Botnets and command and control servers were not covered in the previous call, and we said we need to know how command and control servers are. That was another challenge. Challenge 4, ransomware. This is also vital. Following up transactions is important for ransomware. We need to get and catch bad guys. We need to help law enforcement agencies to find them. So challenge 5, mobile devices. So INCIBE works for awareness raising and to protect citizenship. This is one of the most important jobs of INCIBE. If we can have campaign alerts, a lot is done. SOCs that were not covered in the previous call were also presented in this call in challenge 6. 14 projects of strategic sectors. And the last rector, digital service and infrastructure providers. So NIS2 says that we need to review the providers of the administration, providing with digital infrastructure and services. That's why we created this challenge. So that's all. This job has done by many people, by many companies that decided to work hand in hand with us. This is not a usual contract for client and services. We are going to be accompanied by 142 contracts, 83 companies. We hope everything is going to reach the end, and we hope that in 2026 the innovation market will be more mature for us to export, and we hope all the citizens in Spain or citizens of the world would have cybersecurity solutions to benefit everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tatiana, for this wonderful and interesting presentation. I realized that earlier this morning, I welcome you, but I didn't introduce myself. My name is Esther Paniagua. I'm the MC, and I was accompanying you yesterday and accompany you today. I'm a journalist specialized in technology and cybersecurity. Why am I saying this now? Well, I'm saying this now, but because the next roundtable will be dealing with the role of journalism in cybersecurity. So we will be accompanied by 6 representatives of the sector, 6 colleagues of mine that will be sharing with us their experiences and reflections. So I invite you to come up with very difficult questions because there will be a Q&A session at the end of the session. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce to you my colleagues, Santiago Cid, Eduardo Castillo, Joaquín Torné, Rosalía Arroyo, and Carlos Otto. The moderator will be José de la Peña, editor of Revista SIC. Please give them a round of applause. Okay, can you hear us? Yes, we can. Okay then. First of all, on behalf of all of us, let me tell you that it's a pleasure for us to be here with you at this ENISE edition. It's been 3 years I didn't attend. I see things are okay. I love Leon, I love cybersecurity, and I love my profession. All the people accompanying you are journalists. They work in different media, nature, news, etc. And all of them deal with cybersecurity the best they can. I'm sure that most of you who are expert in technology, what they're going to say is not enough, but they will be giving you explanations for you to understand that you are wrong. All of you are wrong. So, Santiago, you are the coordinator of the financial area of Antena 3 Noticias. So you work with for the news sector. So, cybersecurity, which is a sort of a compilation of many things. How do you understand that? Well, this for us is something very general, as it is our audience. So we have to bear in mind that television, Antena 3 Noticias in our case, has a very heterogeneous, varied audience, which is not familiar with concepts that are regular or frequent for you. People don't know what ransomware is, or phishing, or hacker. So the challenge for us is to explain this to them, to the audience, to be very didactic and to show images, because we need strong images to tell stories on TV. In movies, when we talk about cybersecurity, hackers are bad guys. That's the regular thing we see in movies. We don't make movies, but we can use them, or we can use images of series or TV shows to explain attacks. For example, Good Wife. I don't know if you've known, if you've seen this show, or augmented reality, or screens to explain what frauds are, etc. Yeah, that's very interesting. I guess you work hard to doing away with this typical image of a hacker with a little hat. And hackers don't like people to confuse them with criminals. Many of the hackers I know don't wear these little hats, but the idea is to do away with myths, and our task is a teachable moment for us. So we have an initiative called Silver for the potential target we have, meaning people that are 55 years of age and above to awareness raising on fraud. For example, we go on the set to talk about many things happen, many of the things that happen usually when you get an email or a call saying, I don't know, explaining that you got a call or you got an email saying someone was trying to access to your account, your bank account, so click here and everything will be sorted out. And it's not what you have to do. So we use this image to explain what they don't have to do. So little by little, we need to explain things. And don't forget that the news lasts for only 30 minutes. So for the Granada summit, the attempts to hack institutional websites, we only had 25 seconds to tell about the news, to explain things in a very deductive way, in a very simple way, in a very straightforward message way. It's okay. Okay, thank you, Santiago. We'll go back to that. Eduardo Castillo, director and anchor of Afterwork Capital Radio. Eduardo is also a journalist. How do you approach this in your radio show? Thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank INCIBE for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor here. As Pepe was saying, we've had a radio program for 5 years talking about cybersecurity in the financial sector. The goal is twofold. On the one hand, we work with specialized audience as you. So the idea is to create community. You claim this knowledge community. So we offer you a gathering point for you to talk about threats or safety breaches and cybersecurity solutions without talking about technicalities, because the other aspect of our audience is companies and individuals that listen to us, and we want to talk to these companies and people, and we want to convey a message in a very simple, didactic way for them to understand where this kind of and how this kind of threats develop. Putting together things with experts on cybersecurity, because they explain this scenario. So the goal we have in mind is dissemination. We want to increase cybersecurity culture in the company sector, but we also want to highlight the talent Spain has in terms of cybersecurity, and we also want to highlight the business possibility the sector has in the corporate sector or in the entrepreneurship sector. So we try to balance things out. We don't want to be too specialized, because if it is too specialized, as it is the case of this forum, half of our audience wouldn't understand what we say. So it is important for us to uphold the dissemination role the community has to have, so that society at large can understand what cybersecurity is. So every Monday, 7 p.m., you can listen to our radio program, or you can listen to the podcasts with lunch. How many programs have you had? Together with Mónica Valle, we conduct this for 5 years. We've been doing this for 5 years. I have no idea. Pablo is the one counting programs, probably more than 300 programs. Many of the specialists present here came to the stadium, to the station, because the idea is to disseminate, to increase cybersecurity culture, business, knowledge, specialty, etc. Okay, we'll go back to that in a moment. Following speaker, Joaquín Torné, editor of Diario de León, from Madrid, living in León. How do you deal with cybersecurity in your journal? because you are in Leon, and this is where INCIBE is located, the Cybersecurity Spanish Institute. So you have become like a reference point, so to speak. So first of all, welcome to Leon. I think it's good for Leon to have this kind of events held here, together with INCIBE. INCIBE, we deal with the dissemination of what INCIBE does. The goal is to raise awareness among companies so that they tackle cybersecurity willingly and with investments. But I don't want to talk about cybersecurity per se, but I rather will be talking about cybersecurity and journalism, because that's my profession. So Diario de León, as any other journal in Spain and probably in the world, we have a website, diariodeleon.es, and we upload videos. One of the main concerns is to have appropriate, exact, accurate videos. We all know that some videos can be manipulated, some videos can be changed of time or place to accuse someone of something. This is our main concern, fighting against fake news, achieving our brand so people understand that when they read Diario de León, what Diario de León said or says is true. This is what we try to do. Our brand is a synonym for credibility, and for this credibility not to create problems, we need to be very careful with the security of our data. But from a company point of view, we are just a company, so we have exactly the same problem as other companies have. Attacks or hacks, we take care of our data and files. So from this point of view, we do exactly the same as any other company. But journalism has to prevent fake news from happening. This is the main challenge journalists have to face. We always try to avoid that. You at Diario de León, what are the means that you use, what formula you use to avoid this kind of information that could become a cyber attack? So we have the technological means to avoid that. I'm not going to talk about them, not because I don't want to talk about them, but because I don't know them. Of course, we have IT or ICT engineer dealing with that. We also have third companies working with us. And once again, the role of Leon dealing with cybersecurity is very important. And that's what I want to say here also. But journalists, editors should verify and double check information reaching to them as accurately as possible. And this is what we have to do when we work in media to avoid tarnishing our brand. I'm sure we will have time to deal with it again. So now, Rosalía Arroyo, manager of ICT cybersecurity of Thai Editorial. They are specialized in cybersecurity, so her vision is different from the other speakers. How do you deal with cybersecurity? What are the measures you implemented, etc.? Thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank the INCIBE for the invitation and congratulations for this 17th edition. Because we are a specialized media outlet, readers are SISO, probably, and manufacturers. So cybersecurity officials are present through the interviews we conduct with them, so they can explain the technologies they use, what they need, the threats they face, on the one hand, and then on the other hand, the manufacturing or manufacturer sphere in a fragmented world with many companies. New companies are coming to Spain frequently to open offices to compete with other companies on the market. So the role is also twofold. On the one hand, dealing with the incoming technologies to face new threats that evolve on the one hand, and also the requirements, responsible people for cybersecurity and what they demand. There's always a gap between what is happening in real life and what experts know and work with, and sometimes we have technologies that are more advanced of what it can be implemented. And how are you doing? We're doing very well. Readers are okay. This sector is very dynamic. We get never bored. It's true that WannaCry was like a turning point. So any attack is what unblock cybersecurity budgets, but our focus is not raising awareness among top management of companies so they can understand cybersecurity is important, but rather talking with CISO to let them know these are the trends, these are the technologies, these are the threats. Now, Mr. Carlos Soto, you really like economy and labor issues. You are a journalist. He works for El Confidencial, and you deal with the technology, economy, and reportages and entrepreneurship. So, please be my guest. I wanted to come here in disguise with a hat, with a hood, with a mask, for you to understand that sometimes you are forced to take revenge against us when we show that cyber attacks are done by people dressed like that. But I think working like that, this typical image of the hoodie guy, is more complicated. So as a journalist at El Confidencial, our approach is similar to the approach Santiago and their media outlet have. So we have a general approach, but the truth is that we focused mainly on companies and economy. So our approach is as open as possible. What do I mean by that? If there is a cyber attack on Holland tomorrow, we will be reporting about that. That was the case. That was the case with WannaCry. But cyber attacks are not always on our news because the general audience doesn't read about that because they are not interested on that. So cybersecurity is a broader concept. Cybersecurity is attacks, yes, but cybersecurity is also dealing with why does Google take your data and use them. Cybersecurity is gender violence or and then using of photographs, and why do you have to permit access to your phone to use your pictures, etc. So recently, the Ministry of Equality is dealing with telematic devices to supervise victims of domestic violence or gender violence. So why is this pertinent to us? Not because there's a public tender to that, but because for the first time in 17 years, Telefónica is not a bidder. This year, Telefónica is not a bidder. Why is that? So we needed to inquire that, so we called Telefónica, and Telefónica said to us it's not profitable, so there's only one bidder, Securitas Direct plus Vodafone, and they are going to be the winning bidders, or the successful bidders. So And LexNet is also an example. LexNet was a brutal crisis of the Ministry of Justice. This was reported by reporters, but the approach is very general, geared towards readers, users, the administration, and public companies. So we all introduced ourselves. You know the different nuances, the different media outlets, the different opinions. So we asked the organization if you can ask questions. So feel free to ask. Don't wait until the end. If you have any question that comes to mind, please feel free to ask. And if there's no question, I will go down the stage with a mic, and I will put the mic in front of your mouth for you to ask a question. So Carlos was talking about attacks. So what's your opinion about that? I remember the role on TV. In my case, I'm dealing with economy and technology. We need to convince editors that cybersecurity has a room, has a space in a 30-minute news show, especially if it is linked to current affairs. So when talking about cyberbullying, for example, what happened in Almendralejo with this application, the school, this application that could take nude pictures of girls and boys. So this is something our society section deals with, but we wonder, this application works how? The idea was not to explain people how this app works, but rather to explain you what happens with the application. For example, data protection, etc. So we opened a debate to explain people there is a security problem whenever we accept anything from an app. For example, some weeks ago we were talking about all the permits you give to Google, and Google knows that you took the bus at 8 in the morning. Then I went to San Sebastian I was in San Sebastian at 10. Then I went to this restaurant, and Google knows that. And people don't know about this. So we said, Google has all this information about you. You can do that or that to avoid giving this access to Google. What Carlos said is true, and that's the main problem. Cybersecurity, as Santiago mentioned, is about a cyberbullying case in Almendralejo. Is a wide range, including many concepts, technologies, cultures, ending up in very specialized things like thumb-bots, red tins, blue tins, etc. So this edge and this edge don't communicate each other, but they are all part of cybersecurity. I'm sure that nobody speaks about the cyberbullying case in Almendralejo in these stands, but they are talking about company protection. I guess this is the main challenge society at large has to face. And communication experts and journalists have to agree and get to the real point, understanding that everything is cybersecurity, but we need to send a message to everybody. So the community of specialists is concerned about what is concerning for citizens, and citizens are concerned about what is concerning for the cybersecurity community. So that should be the starting point, and we should reflect upon taking cybersecurity from the events section and including it in society, digital culture, economy, etc. Journalists report not only when bad things happen. It's a common challenge, and we are all responsible. All the parties are responsible, and we need to work in this direction.
Yes, and you know the title that we were giving, but I would also call for responsibility. Joaquin. Well, Antena 3, the radio, etc., they are journal media. Imagine Diario de León, which is a local newspaper. I think, well, we have a supplement that comes out every Tuesday called Innova, where we talk about innovation, which are the product of the research by the university and with research and development activities of many of the companies that work with us at Diario de León. And companies who we use to show certain paths and trends, and they also use us as a platform to tell the people about their research activities. So we cover this. We therefore inform about problems and issues. But there is something very clear. In Spain, like elsewhere in the world, we always act on failure. This type of fraud and things that do happen, we see that normal people who have a small amount of money in the bank, they also are prone and suffer these type of things. And when we tell this in our newspaper, we know that it gets a high interest. We can measure the interest in the digital edition of our newspaper. And this is attractive and interesting for people, because the moment you see that something of that sort has happened to your next door neighbor, then you are on alert so as to avoid the same thing happening to you. We cannot think that these sort of stories will not reach our readers. We have an 8-page supplement, which is also part of the digital newspaper, which is released once weekly. And we talk about these things and many other things related to many sectors of society, healthcare, the new progresses in agriculture, also cybersecurity, of course. And of course, here in León, and all the things that INCIBE puts on the table, we tell them about. We tell stories, and at the end of the day, we are journalists. We are not experts in cybersecurity or cybersecurity. And we send this news, we tell these stories to alert the people that they might be next. And just as the rest of the general means, non-specialized media in certain areas, they do something else. I think we should exert pedagogy and say to the people, be careful, because, again, you may be next. Rosalía, I will change the question for you. Since you work in the building of culture among IT professionals and IT chiefs, Eduardo was just saying that this is just an arch, an umbrella that includes many specialists, and specialists also have the needs to earn that culture relating to technological tools with IT processes, communication processes, and this may also be an atomized vision. Don't you have that perception as a journalist that people do not quite understand what our colleagues from other media may want to convey? Well, I think they understand it perfectly well. But at the end of the day, you need to put the focus on a specific point. For instance, cyber attacks do happen every day. You may fall on the routine of publishing any cyber attack that happen one after another. What do I miss in that process of reflection, etc.? Whenever there is a cyber attack happening, the media says the virus entered because there was a misconfigured script or something, something was not quite well implemented, etc. And I do miss, for the cybersecurity chief of the company that has suffered that attack, something that might happen to anyone, speaks the truth and in a clear and transparent manner about when the attack occurred, what processes were in place at the moment, what failed, what should have been changed in that list of processes, and all these things is not transparent at all. People do not want to talk about it, and I think that would be such a good exercise, taking into account that this can be a way of focusing on the issue through an interview with the aim of helping others about what happens when, or what to do when this happens. Yes. Imagine about 3 or 4 years ago, the IT professionals and those working in cybersecurity and information security, that since there were things happening that extended and went beyond the perimeter of the company and they went out on the field, there was something called crisis management. And the communication department of the organization should be part of that crisis committee so as to do the best they can given the major issue that any crisis entails. It is funny, but it is actually the companies themselves that have started to integrate the people working in the communication departments across the organizations. These are large corporations very often, and I think it is funny to think about this. I don't know whether you would like to reflect on this. Carlos? Yes, when talking about crisis management and the fact that you have to deal with chief of communication companies that have suffered this sort of problem, I have a good story, which is, well, not that good at the end of the day. But I would like to share this with you as a part of a question that I am often asked when I talk about cybersecurity and process management. The question that I'm asked most of the times by the media is, why do you put hackers? Why do you write hackers and not cyber criminals? And there are 3 reasons for this. The first reason you will not like, and the second and third you will like. The first reason why we use hackers and not cyber criminals is because cyber criminal is a very long word that doesn't do any favors to any sort of headline. And you might think this is a very crappy argument, but that's the way it is. And then there are 2 other reasons. Spain is a state that guarantees the legality, and you cannot call somebody a criminal unless you have a ruling, a court ruling. So you have to be very careful. And if you are talking about a Russian company, you might not have any issues, but let's just give an example of something purely Spanish, Alcasec, for instance. If Alcasec does the same thing again, I cannot call them cyber criminals, because if they sue me, I will be in trouble. I cannot call them criminals or cyber criminals. And the third reason is because it's not always cyber criminals who do this. And although you may say that this is a cyber criminal or a group of cyber criminals, sometimes this is not the truth. And I will be very clear. In El Confidencial, we were the first ones to talk about the best next story. I remember perfectly talking about somebody from the Ministry of Justice in Spain explaining what had happened. And then 10 minutes later, he went back and said that a cyber criminal had attacked them. And I believe that all of us here in this room, we know that in the Exenet there was no cyber criminal at all. It was just a mistake by the Spanish Ministry of Justice. What happened if I had said that a cyber criminal had attacked their offices and their infrastructure? I would be lying. So I totally understand when the criticism gets to us, but sometimes you have to understand us too. We have to guarantee everybody's innocence, and we have to speak the truth. Yes, obviously. Well, you cannot say the supposed whatever. And LexNet, that was a system that was devised before the year 2000, by the way. It was commissioned to a company that's here at ENISE. I will not tell you which one it is, of course. After what you said, I will not tell you. Do you have any questions? Let's have some questions from the audience, shall we? First of all, can you get closer to the mic? Congratulations on the panel. It's really interesting and important for the media to come down to cybersecurity, get up and close with cybersecurity. I would like to go deep and touch upon the journalists' training, and I would like for any one of you, anyone, to tell us more about what efforts your companies, your organizations are making so that the journalists themselves do not get tangled in this problem. The feeling I get is that the journalist, which is a generalist per se, often lack the time to get training, so much so on something so specific as this. And today, where this is really important and relevant, I would like to know whether already journalists know what emails they can or should not open, etc., and what training they are getting and how to receive that training. Okay, if we may, I would like to ask the person with the microphone to pass it out to the second person who wants to ask, and then we can answer both questions at the same time, shall we? Congratulations on the debate. Today, the Spanish Tax Office, the Social Security, Spanish Social Security, the Spanish Director General for Traffic, the Post Authorities, Banco Santander, Sabadell Bank are lying, and INCIBE are lying. I'm talking about those who take over them. Today, the Spanish society that use the digital world are perceiving that organizations they should trust cannot tell apart from real things or fake. For example, if you get a call from 017, which should say, I am the real one. So my question is, what can society do through the different professional groups so as to tell apart and to be positive that the main actors that they should be trusting and not actually taking him or her for a ride? Thank you. Yes, very quickly. Yes, I would like to refer to this second question, and I think it is pretty clear. Education. Obviously, you said that BBVA Bank, well, INCIBE, all the list that you mentioned, they are lying. But also the president of the government is lying. The president from your own community is lying. You lie, I lie, everybody lies. And the only thing that journalists can do is to tell the story, specifically when we discover that lie, and we need to educate society in a different way. I think this is the only way we have to fight and counteract the lies. And then we can talk about cybersecurity. And there are verification mechanisms in place, which I will not go into, obviously, because I do not know how they work. But I do know that applying those mechanisms for verification can be used by all newspapers and media, because it doesn't have a really exorbitant cost. And we can do this, and we do this, and we are only a modest local newspaper. Well, I can touch upon training. Yes, since you work at television, just you should feel the pressure of that screen and the time. Time is running out. Yes, well, I think that companies, at least in our case, are making a great effort to try to train professionals, not only for us to be able to tell the stories, but also to be able to know what emails we should open, which ones we should not. Also, we have a protocol in place in many companies that alert you of what things you should be wary of. Also on the big web, for instance, we have to go into the big web to tell the story, but we do it using specific ways and not through our own computers. So we do have those mechanisms in place. We try to get training on a daily basis, and we talk to the experts on a daily routines. We talk to the INCIBE. We talk to the experts who do know the business inside out. And for instance, to talk about what happened in Europe the other day, I ask, what should I do so we do not suffer the same thing? I think there is an effort that's been made on the company and businesses world in this regard. Very quickly, to answer both questions, what should we do? Well, digital literacy and media literacy with participation of the media, the professionals there, the public institutions, and to help society have a much broader digital culture and more prevention. However, this may not avoid the fact that we are people. And whenever we get a message from the tax office, the Spanish tax office, you just get really surprised or shocked. We are human at the end of the day, and we may all make mistakes. Companies, whether media or other sorts, are promoting more and more security culture. They prevent the relevant departments on the different threats that exist. And journalists have always been self-learners who are training and receiving training with the help of specialists, as Santiago just mentioned. But at the end of the day, we are human, and sometimes we may fail. Very well. Any further comments? We are almost out of time, but I would like to, if I may, try to make your question even more difficult. Normally, the work of a journalist is visible. We are there every day, constantly on the television, through the radio, and you can see us. We can be criticized. We are very exposed in that respect. There is a great asymmetry. Professionals working in highly technical environments around IT engineering and telecommunications, in systems, development, etc., all the areas that you can think of, usually their work is not that visible. And their work is quite pitiful very often. And this is an aspect that even professionally we know about, and we assume that our work is visible and the other work is not visible. Having said that, and since we are going to take these 2 extra minutes that we are given, you gave me 2 minutes. Hang on a minute. You gave me 2 minutes. I still have some time left. No, you've gone over the time, actually. Let's just do something. We'll thank the conductor, the moderator. And, well, we have gone over the time by 2 minutes. I just gave you the floor back. Okay, so, yes, we're doing this. Okay, fantastic. Okay, thank you. Let's move on. Very interesting, and I'm really sorry I had to cut to you.
Bueno, pues es una pena que no hayan salido preguntas antes, porque cuando nos quedamos con las preguntas para el final.
It's a shame that we didn't have any questions before, because when you get questions at the very last minute, you may not have time. And now we move on to the first keynote in English to talk about the European cybersecurity industry market and the state of affairs. And I will now move to English.
Mr. Ulrich Saldeslags, the Managing Director at ELSEC Leaders in Security and co-chair of EXO Working Group on Market Knowledge, Development and Investments, who is a recognized expert in the field. Please, round of applause for him.
Hola, buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is indeed Ulrich Saldeslags, and very well pronounced. Thank you so much. I'm here, and thank you very much to INCIBE for inviting me. It's, I think, now the 3rd time that I'm participating at this great event that you're organizing, the ENISE. Always great to see many friends and people. I have been in cybersecurity land for about 2 decades now, having seen evolving what has become cybersecurity as an industry. And we as LSEC, together with different partners in Europe, namely our friends from EXO, the European Cybersecurity Organization that you might have met already earlier, but also with our partners from INCIBE and many others throughout Europe, we have been specifically investigating what the cybersecurity industry really looks like. We started with this a couple of years ago in an assignment from the European Commission. And today I wanted to share with you a couple of highlights on these different themes. But since I'm here actually as a keynote speaker, I don't want to stay too long to what's actually in the past, but also taking a little bit a look of what's maybe potentially the future, and also the future starting today. So let's get it around. So European cybersecurity industry markets and innovations, state of affairs, is what I try to call this like. And so we as LSEC, we are a non-profit association, have been around for about more than 2 decades actually, as a spin-off of one of the largest universities of Belgium, Leuven in this case. And we run quite a number of industrial collaborations together with cybersecurity companies and users. Personally, I'm also a CISO in many different companies, mainly startup companies. And I'm responsible for leading different innovation developments on cybersecurity, including AI, use of homomorphic encryption, use of robotics, cybersecurity for robotics, and so forth. But I'll talk about those things going forward. So those of you who are today in cybersecurity, this might look a little bit like a familiar landscape. It is basically a cockpit of a plane. You see many different levers, you see many different buttons and different control panels. And they all might say many different things to you as a person, as an expert in this domain. But it means so little to many people out there. And so difficult also that it's becoming for all of us to understand what the new developments are and where the new incidents and challenges will be coming towards us. So in 2023, this is, if you are a security expert, cybersecurity expert, what you have to cope with. You have to understand your plane quite fully. You have to be able to pilot your organization, your company, and basically also your teams towards many different challenges that will be coming ahead. There might be turbulence, like we are seeing today, both the different wars which are currently happening, but still the same old trouble is still there, still many different incidents which are popping up. And giving directly an indication of what is actually going on today. So earlier this year, my colleagues from EXO and many of the other market analysts made an estimation about the global cybersecurity market to be around 131 billion euros in 2021, and which is supposed to be growing to about 249 billion. Now remember, with numbers you can represent many different things. We are investigating the same markets, and we do see it a bit bigger. And there's many different good reasons why we do see it bigger. Just to give you a little bit of background, we are analyzing, together with our partners, our data partners, more than 80,000 different sources of intelligence, where we are gathering basically both market analyst reports, both publications from companies, public companies, private companies, on what it is that they're doing. So we see the total domestic cybersecurity market in Europe today of about 175 billion euros. So it's a little bit less. That's 2023. That market is growing a little bit lesser speed than it has been. Today we are looking at about 7 to 8% on a compound annual growth rate. About the EU 27 member state countries, of course, export for about 53 billion euros in goods and services. Mostly those are products and software. And I'll come to that in a second again, why it is maybe so little in comparison to the total market. But we can see a little bit further about this. And about 17 billion is coming from new products, which is interesting because that's nearly about 10%. So we do see that this renovation is really happening. So that's a good thing. In Europe, there's about 5 million people working in this space. Now, 5 million people, that's not only from the different vendors and providers that you see on the different booths here across. You know, there's obviously also the people working inside of companies. Sometimes they're hired, basically services, Sometimes they're simply employees, but we also take many of those into account. It still means that that total market of about 5 million is still not enough. It's not enough to actually reach out to the different challenges that we are having. And now we get to the 43 billion. About 43 billion is spent today in identity and access related products and services, which is quite significant. And it's actually one of the biggest domains, if you can call it this way, in this market throughout Europe, which is actually a change from what we saw a couple of years ago, when most of the spending from companies was into, not only companies, but also public services, went into pure infrastructure, as in appliances, as in firewalls and IPSs and the what have yous. The disturbing factor still today, and that's the same type of figure that we saw a couple of years ago, is that only 0.2% is being spent in training. Now we're continuously talking and complaining about the fact that we have to create awareness and we have to educate and so forth, but we're not doing it. So here you have the facts again. Why it is, I don't know. It likely has to do a lot with the fact that it's easier to buy a specific tool than it is to actually train people and to educate people. So taking a look into a potential split about these different applications. So definitely everything in relation to anti-malware is still a very big proportion of the whole domain. Application security we saw growing over the last couple of years, and it is still growing. Business continuity has slowed down a bit. Cyber consultancy services are increasing. And what you really can understand on the cyber consultancy services is much more the management type of consulting, even to some extent a bit of audit, which makes this number actually quite significant. An increasingly larger domain is encryption and encryption technologies, and very narrow is about forensics and evidence, which is also a significant component. We'll talk about that in a second. Identity and access, about 25% of the market, and then infrastructure in relation just under the 10%. Mobile, an increasing domain as well, but still a bit slowing down because, of course, you can see mobile in many different aspects. Mobile is somehow also fully integrated into the whole network environment, but still mobile security specific products we see as well. And the increasing domain of situational awareness is still there today. I mean, those figures are very similar to some of the figures that we saw a couple of years ago. And then about system recovery and data cleansing. Basically, this is the problem together with the forensics that you will have if you have had an incident. And so this number has been increasingly steep, quite significantly. And I think that is an alarming effect because the more that we have to do about basically reassuring that we can recover from any potential incident, that's really money badly spent. But this is quite an important figure, I think, which represents also how we come up with these very large numbers for Europe only, versus many of our colleagues are only looking into product-oriented business and therefore basically reduce this total significant market of cybersecurity industry to just those products and technologies. Because in terms of the services being sold in Europe and being used in Europe, it's nearly 80%. So nearly 80% of this 175 billion euros is spent into services. And only about 21% into products, software-related products, basically appliances these days, you can also start to consider as software-related. And yeah, consulting and training says here 0 because of just the mere part of the numbering. But the consulting part, in essence, if we include in there, for instance, also things like audits, which are also in an increasing level, about 3 billion is being spent purely on audits in Europe. So just imagine how that will look like in the next coming years with the upcoming regulations like NIS2 and CEP and many others. So that's definitely an increasing domain. So that's about the numbers. That's what the cybersecurity market industry looks like in Europe today. And we have much more data available on this. And I hope that in a couple of weeks' time, together with your national cybersecurity contact point, INCIBE here in Spain, and many of the others throughout Europe, the NCCs, We will be able to show what's called the market observatory that is in development. We do that together with the European Commission and also in collaboration with the NCCs. We're asking them for inputs. And I will there show basically how these evolutions are further developing on a per country side. So we'll be using similar types of data sets, and so you'll have probably also a better insight. But it brings us back to some of the challenges of today. And in any case, one of those challenges continues to be obviously cyber incidents. What is it that we're actually doing on a day-to-day basis? We're trying to protect ourselves from those people that are trying to do something to actually gain some money from us, or basically cause harm to our normal daily operations, or if we're in a member state, or if we're in a nation state, we sometimes might be attacked or under attack by other nation states from around the world. And so being Belgian, what you can see here is the background is the Belgian Senate. Only over last weekend, we've been attacked again just by a number of Russian hackers, which wanted to not only organize distributed denial of services attacks, in this case to many different government-related websites, like the one from the Senate, as you can see here, but also trying to deface many of the websites. So those things, even while we have a national cert that you also have, even while we have all of our defenses in place, also our government has many different defenses in place, there is a cybersecurity strategy, there are people there to try to defend us, there are systems and technology that can help us, even then we are continuously going to be under attack. So this will continue to happen towards the future. Yes, we can try to prevent, and yes, we can try to protect, but also we have to think a little bit in advance. And how can we be better and be smarter to avoid those incidents from happening? Or, on the other hand, we maybe also need to have a mechanism where we say, okay, yes, we'll have to live with this. We'll have to live with the fact that at some point in time, we might be facing an attack. And I think the latter part is maybe a consideration that we should be having as a normal effect. Sometimes what we see people doing, mostly what we see people doing, if they have been breached, if there's been an incident, they don't want to communicate about it. They want to shove it under the carpet, as the expression says. And we also do that on a personal level. If you receive a phishing attack and you do click on the link, there's no harm in saying so. Yes, it happens. And also in my case, yes, it happens. I'm trying to be phished on a daily basis, probably 30, 40, 50 times a day. And yes, every once in a while, I do click on a link. But then I do have some technologies out there that support me on my defense. My first line of defense is, of course, don't click. The second line of defense is making sure that your identity is protected. Two-factor authentication, multi-factor authentication, what have you, those things are required. I think an upcoming challenge, it's already there today. What's real, what's fake? As you can see on a day-to-day basis, we are receiving quite a lot of information, both audiovisual information, pictures, different types of even audio images. Can you still say today what is real and what's not? We as persons, we as individuals, it's so hard. And it will become very hard. It will become much, much harder in the future. Because the tools that are out there to the, basically in this case, impersonators, but also even to ourselves, are just amazing. I mean, you can buy a Google AI phone today, this one, which basically allows you, the moment that you make a picture, to change the heads of the people on the picture. It happens instantaneously. You don't see the difference because the picture has been taken at spot. So how can you tell? What's real, what's fake? Very difficult to understand. Getting to the next level, deepfakes. How do you treat those deepfakes? How do you actually protect not only yourself? Today it's mostly towards people which are famous, actors, in this case people in porn industry, or in many other domains. How can you recognize whether something is real or not? Do we have today the technologies in place to recognize? Do we have the supporting mechanisms that can help us identifying whether an email is truthful? Probably yes. Whether a website is truthful? Probably yes. There are a couple of mechanisms that can give you an indication. But what about the video? Are you sure that it's real? And so today as well, even in the last couple of days, you've heard about the terrorist attack in Brussels and many others throughout Europe. Those were really bad things that happened. But the moment itself that it happened, of course, you have media that's searching for information, that's searching for news, that's trying to get the latest and greatest ingredients. And obviously what they do is they go and search for social media and they try to get the audio visuals which are being posted there. But are they recognizing, are they investigating properly enough as professionals whether those were right? And again, we had the case in Belgium that in this case the media were too fast along in taking some things simply for granted. So, but also from ourselves, from a personal basis, you receive information from a source that you think is truthful. Because it might be a colleague, an email from a colleague, it might be through another Facebook campaign or whatever social media that you have. So how do you know that that's sure? So we need technologies, we need support of technologies, and we need support of people that will be able to investigate on a proper basis to help us out on what's true or not. And then, of course, there's the developments. We've talked about this, I think, almost whole morning here in the panels. Gen AI, machine learning, natural language processing, different forms of AI. Gen AI, we've seen it popping up thanks to, of course, the acquisition of Microsoft earlier this year of OpenAI. We've learned that many people have been using it already for many years, also including us. Yes, we have done tests with OpenAI. Can we actually use the platform to hack somebody else? And yes, it's possible. It was possible. They started to close it down now, to make it less easy for anybody to understand how you can actually hack another system. But if you find your ways into the system, you can still do it. Is OpenAI and Gen AI in this case useful for us in the cybersecurity world? Absolutely. If the next time you need to develop a cybersecurity policy for your employees, when you're basically giving them a new laptop or a new phone, just ask in this case OpenAI, the Open Chat, deliver me with a policy. And I think for about 75 to 80%, it will deliver you an excellent policy guidance, and which you can simply hand over and make some tweaks and changes. But it will help you already in getting established and getting started. And it will basically help you, instead of maybe spending a lot of money on some consultants that we all have here, that can definitely do a better job. But the consultants will also be able to improve that work. So absolutely, use it, it's there, it's useful technology, so don't avoid it. And try to embrace it and try to see what it can actually do to help you. But also be mindful about it, because it is being used to weaponize systems by cyber criminals. It is being used to harm us as well. So do also recognize the fact that Gen AI and basically any type of AI system can also have an adverse effect. This is the cockpit, I could say, of a Mercedes full electrical EQS or EQS SUV or whatever Mercedes that you have. Anybody in the floor that has such a nice machine? Okay, too bad for you. This is completely filled with technologies. Now, how many drivers of electric cars are here? None? Really? Nobody having an electric car? Okay, then I'm the only one. So the next time that we meet here, I do want to see a show of hands of everybody. But your electric car is an edge device. It's filled with many different sorts of technologies, and it's basically running on the internet. It's having many different sensors in there which are reporting back to central command and reporting about the status of the car, reporting about the whereabouts of the car, and about your status as a driver. In this car, there's many different cameras in there that watch what the behavior is of the driver, and it helps you out doing the things that you need to do. So these types of technologies on the edge, it's just an example here in a car, but you see them everywhere. So we need to think about different technologies that help us protect these systems. They are out there in the field, they are driving around continuously. How do we protect those different devices? This is really a challenge and a gap that we haven't really filled out. Yes, we can protect 5G, Yes, we can set up different types of authentication systems here, like fingerprint recognition or like, in this case, facial recognition. But is it going to prevent, in this case, the IoT sensors in the car from being manipulated? Not yet. Digital twins, another huge development that we see, not only in manufacturing, but actually also in cybersecurity. Yes, there are different digital twins available for security operations center. And we should embrace those technologies, but we also should think, how can those digital twins be manipulated and be also protected towards the future? So we do see that there are some gaps in there that need to be filled and completed. And then, of course, the big issue, when will it be there? Will it ever be there? Is there going to be the challenge? Will it actually have an effect on us? Quantum. I think the likelihood that it will ever arrive on this planet is highly likely. There's many debates going on whether the quantum computers are now operational or not. I do take the assumption that yes, they are. I've seen some actually working. I haven't seen really the results in terms of cybersecurity, but the expectations in terms of the mathematical components out there have an impact on us and should have also an impact on you. And my advice that I'm giving to many different companies that we work with is, maybe don't prepare yourself yet for the quantum leap, but do prepare your organization and try to understand whereabouts you're using crypto technologies, where you're using encryption. Make a ledger, try to understand and try to report where you are using encryption technologies. And you'll be surprised how many you will have, but also how many that you need to make sure that you have this ledger from. Because the moment that quantum will be there, and it might happen maybe in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, or it could be sooner, that at least you should be ready, that you can take the necessary actions and the necessary precautions in this case to make the necessary changes if needed. So to change your encryption technologies, especially in those domains which are really necessary. We do this today with banks, with financial services organizations, and they are trying to prepare themselves, and they also see the benefits just overall in reporting the fact that, yeah, we've done this analysis and we actually came also with some other corpses that they found in their closet, so it also helps them out in next futures. This is basically a short view on some of the activities that we're working on. It's a technology called fully homomorphic encryption, multi-party computation, in the concept of computing on encrypted data. It helps us today in some of the challenges in relation to personal data. It's still pretty early on technology. However, it's been there for the last 3 decades. But the way that it's being implemented allows us to also make sure that some of the data that we talked about, for instance, on the edge, for instance, in terms of quantum, is better protected already on the move. And so that multiple people can actually start using those mechanisms in order to protect themselves. And we've developed some use cases together with partners and also with the Dutch National Cybersecurity Center to actually get a corpus of what's available in the market with critical operators and essential operators. What do they have inside of their asset overview? And based upon this, the information stays protected. We don't have to have a full detail at the NCSC level or the CERT level of what the systems are. But if something changes, if a vulnerability appears, we can warn them, and the system will automatically warn them. So this is how this is being applied. Another major gap that we see happening, of course, and we all know about this, we've talked about this also this morning, the different pieces of regulation. Over 5 years ago, I think we were able to still count them on one hand. Today, it's not possible to count them even on 2 hands anymore. Yes, there's the NIS2, there's NIS1 still, there's GDPR still out there, but there's also things like CEP, Critical Infrastructure Protection, there's Machine Directive, the AI Act, there's MDR, Machine Directives in this case, and also the Data Act. There's DORA, there's so many different types of compliance regulations that you have to live up to. And basically, the burden is on you to understand whether you have to be compliant, yes or no. So we will see NIS being implemented in the different member states throughout still this year and next year. And we do see that this market is already trying to adopt itself. Many companies, many products are trying to get themselves ready for this. But still there will be many different gaps in order to be able to comply to the different challenges and try to at least get a grip on the different levels of of regulations which are out there, both for medical devices if you're in that space, or for many others. What we do in that space is promote the use of bill of materials, software bill of materials and security bill of materials. It's part actually also of the Cyber Resilience Act, so the act that requires vendors and manufacturers of devices to also come up with a full overview of transparency about the products. It's already a requirement in the US, and we are making sure that our different vendors and technology producers are trying to get an understanding of what their software development is about. Many of them, 90%, 95% of them, are using outside components, open source components, without even knowing about the vulnerabilities. Well, these systems will help you identifying those. And as a user, ask your vendors, ask your manufacturers for the SBOMs of the different devices that you're buying from them. Put it into your purchasing agreements and making sure that maybe they don't have it now, but they should be having it in the next year or the next 2 years. And then ask them for those. DLTs are continuously developing. We see those happening. They're a bit off the grid, but in use of also of the SBOMs, we see them being reapplied, so DLTs are definitely there. Gaps are, in terms of the DLTs, on seeing the right use cases and being the use cases applied in a proper way. And that's also sometimes where we need different types of hardware materials. So high performance computing in cybersecurity is a gap that we see. For the types of data that we are seeing coming in, for the types of requirements that we need for our AI, our machine learning capabilities of our cybersecurity based upon the different incidents which are happening, we need better performance of those general purpose types of mechanisms. But we also see that there's a newer demand from trusted execution environments, the so-called TEEs. And so many different vendors, like for instance Intel, AMD, they've developed their general purpose types of microprocessors, which are now being implemented in the clouds, and so therefore our clouds should be better protected. But still, it's a very early stage. And some vendors are only thinking about implementing those trusted execution environments only today. So they still have to get them into their products, they still have to get them out of there in the market. And then there's of course the challenge in relation to dual use. I think dual use is a challenge that maybe not all of us will be having on a day-to-day basis. What we do see is that many of the companies that we work with, they are receiving funds for research, where they are prohibited of using those technologies afterwards then in commercial terms for defense. That should not be the case anymore today. I mean, those technologies that they're developing should be out there in the market and to be used. Oops, something is happening here with this screen. The screen is dying. But luckily you can still see it here. So in any case, the different cybersecurity vendors in Europe do have an opportunity, both in Europe as well as in the rest of the world, to ensure that their technologies and that their business of export is growing. So let's ensure that they can do that, and let's also the opening there to the people from the defense world is to reach out to the cybersecurity industry to help them in making sure that their products and services are also applicable for this domain. I'll have to round up because some of those technologies we have been actually doing. We have done a project together with the European Commission where we've selected more than 250 projects and finally we have about 42 of them that are being developed right now. New technologies where there's a security improvement happening with only very limited funds, about 90,000 euros of funds, where we put two cybersecurity companies or security companies in Europe together, and they've been developing new technologies and products. And it's amazing to see what great technologies and innovations came out of it. So I do welcome you to go and visit some of those funded projects. We have things whereby basically every social media is being used to start predicting about potentially new terrorist attacks which are happening on the one hand side, but also technologies which are there to predict, for instance, landslides, so physical protection of those environments. And just to give a little bit of background perspective again of what AI can actually do in this sector, not Gen AI, but in this case it's really AI for cybersecurity, and just to also to promote the fact that not only the cybersecurity technology sector, but also us as users should be embracing these AI technologies into our products and technologies. And to round up there, to just give you an indication, a couple of years ago when AI was still very early on in this space, there were a couple of technology companies that started to do this. 2018, you see there are companies like Cyberease and CrowdStrike. Those were early starters. Today, there are some of the biggest companies in the world in cybersecurity. So we have to do a bit of a catch-up there. But we do have the right people inside of Europe to do this and to make sure that we can actually also deliver on those technologies and products. And do we definitely also see that happening towards the future. So I'd welcome you.
I'm sorry, we need to conclude now.
You'll have to close me up.
We're running out of time.
Okay,
So
I was just on my last slide, so I'll just finish up this one.
If you can wrap it up in 30 seconds or even less.
Probably even less.
Okay.
So we have two major activities happening in Europe. We have this platform, a European Digital Innovation Hub, that's supporting digital transformation for companies, also in terms of cybersecurity. Do reach out to us, because it's a European one, but also to the hubs here in Spain. And then another one is there to protect the SMEs, also supported by the Commission. There's different platforms like this also available. There's about 40 million euros that the Commission is spending to support the cybersecurity landscape in this domain and to help SMEs, also micro-enterprises, in getting their cybersecurity stuff going. So that's really it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You can go there. Your computer is there. Thank you again. Bueno, ahora vamos con una mesa redonda.
Let's go back to roundtable. Let's go back to Spanish to talk about something key for the present and for the future. Cybersecurity as a driving engine for social change. The focus of this roundtable will be on the work of INCIBE with other organizations to promote employability in the sector of people who are not well represented in the domain of cybersecurity. Let's welcome Mercedes Martín de Paz, Beatriz Arribas, Juan Ignacio Vela, and the moderator of this session will be Anda Borreda, CEO of BoardMart and Civil Society Coordinator of Brújula de Ciberseguridad del Ciudadano, Citizenship Cybersecurity Compass. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank INCIBE for having me on this extraordinary ENISE edition. I would like to welcome the speakers for this of this roundtable that will be dealing with cybersecurity as a driving engine of social change. I'm accompanied by Mercedes Martín de Paz, manager of the training and training program for talent by ONCE Foundation, Beatriz Arribas, Officer of Employment of Universidad Foundation, and Juan Ignacio Vela, Manager of Emancipatic. I've been working in this regard since 2020 for a PPP tool, and the group I belong to works to promote the cybersecurity culture. The last project we implemented is a citizen cybersecurity compass that will be presented recently. Digital transformation is geared towards improving the life of all citizenships, but at the same time, it entails risks and challenges, as it is the case of cybersecurity, specifically for the communities represented by the speakers here today. It is absolutely necessary for us to reach them out, to train them, and these organizations deal with that in order to try to incorporate talent and at the same time achieving the co-responsibility of all of the citizenship to increase the level of cybersecurity for the society at large. So I'm going to give them the floor for them to talk about their initiatives, the initiatives they implement. So cybersecurity as a driving engine of change, social change. So Mercedes, you have the floor. Thank you, Anna. A pleasure to be here. I'd like to humbly attack myself. I'm not a cybersecurity expert, but as you said, we are all responsible and we are all aware. We live in an uncertain, unstable, changing world where technology prevails above everything. We are exposed, citizens, companies, public organizations are exposed to threats and risks. Hence, the need to cover a great number of jobs that should be professionalized that would help us to detect all that. I don't know if the figures changed, but at some point in time, analysis said that 83,000 new professionals were needed to address everything that is coming in, which will make the world change and evolve constantly. I don't want to talk much about ONCE Foundation. I guess you all know who we are, what kind of organization we are. The three pillars are promoting accessibility at all levels, formation for employment, training for employment, and the access to the labor market for people with disabilities. So we have a program that is for digital talent, and it's been on for 3 years in order to work with procedures, skills in the fields of technology and in the digital field. So we've been working with programming profiles, data analysis, cloud computing. These are the profiles we've been working with. And one of the action lines was to work with professions linked to cybersecurity or careers related to cybersecurity. Throughout this journey, we had the opportunity to join efforts with INCIBE, not only for awareness raising of citizenships, but rather to train people to take on real jobs on cybersecurity. ONCE Foundation relies on a huge network of companies that allow us to make people participate throughout the entire project. Not only to send resumes of the people integrated in the programs, but also mentoring them so that since the beginning, students or the people who are part of the program are integrated. So we started a couple of years ago, last June, 20 people completed the course, and many of the resumes of these people have been already sent to companies like KPMG, Deloitte, Talent, and other companies such as these big companies, and some of the exhibitors company that are present here. What is our methodology? We wanted to reach the entire Spanish territory, so it's remote classrooms with a practical section, which is that accounts for more than 50% of the class, and we work with any kind of adaptation, especially those adaptations needed by those people studying to get a job or getting ready to get a job. So we lended some equipment, technological equipment for those who didn't have them. We worked with labs, with virtual machines, so some of the students had the need to work with that and they didn't have that. And then also here, for those who have hearing impairment, we work with interpreters, sign language interpreters. So as you can see, we adapted as the program evolved. The second phase is that we want to end the year with more than 150 people trained in digital skills thanks to the program. And we want to design next activities together with INCIBE to continue working. I would like to repeat a sentence I heard before. Someone was talking about employment, quality of employment, and I want to add to quality employment real opportunities. And I would like to invite all the companies that would like to join in for these opportunities to come true. And those who are developing softwares, all the exhibitors, should be aware that we have other needs. We would love to include in the program visually impaired people, but we know that many of the programs here cannot be used by people with have visual impairment. So I encourage you to think about it so that in the future new programs or new software are created for these people as well. So thank you. I'm sure that this is the place, Mercedes, to ask for that, and I'm sure things will evolve in this regard. So, Beatriz, you have the floor now to talk about your initiatives and Universia Foundation, which is not as well known as on the ONCE Foundation. Please talk about it. So, thank you. Now I would like to thank INCIBE for the invitation. It's a pleasure for me to share experiences that unite us all with the same goal. The goal is to promote training and quality and real employment for communities that are more vulnerable. Just to give you the context of what we do, and as Anna was mentioning, Universia Foundation is not as known as ONCE Foundation. Universia was set up in 2005 under the sponsorship of Banco Santander, Santander Universities, with the goal to promote accessible environment so that everybody can have access to inclusive and equal opportunities education. For this to become the previous stage to get quality jobs or entrepreneurship. So, Universia Foundation is a link. We also work with people with disabilities, and we'll link them to people with high degrees. So we are the link with the universities, with high schools, etc., and companies that are after diverse talents to be included in their companies. And how did we get here? What is the relationship that we have with INCIBE? Well, basically, we work for this unemployment rate among people with disability to go down, and we work for the companies that look for specialized talent and qualified talent to obtain the profiles they need. So we created innovative projects to follow these needs. We see that companies demand digital profiles the most, and as it has been said before, these profiles do not exist or are rarely found. So we are working in partnership with INCIBE to train people in cybersecurity. So the context in which we are in is as follows. In Spain, more than 10% of people have any kind of disability. 4.5 million people with disabilities, and the unemployment rate is 80% above the average, according to the National Statistics Institute. So there's still a long way to go, and there's much to be done. That's why we initiated this alliance with INCIBE in 2023, the Cyber Skills Project, to train in digital skills, in cybersecurity specifically, to generate the two parts, blue team and red team. So candidates can pick and choose the kind of training that is more interesting to them, by creating selection processes together with education centers. And so we propose tests so that all the training is done on equal basis for everybody. So the challenge is accessibility. It's a step forward, and we need to start working for the accessibility of all the training courses. That's why different people don't have access to training. In September, we completed the first call. 58 students were registered with the collaboration of many organizations and companies who joined in. And in October, the second call was launched. But we didn't stop here, because in 2023 and next year we would like to replicate the same project, but we have a new project not only for people with disabilities but also for people at risk of exclusion. For example, long-term unemployed people who are older of 45 years of age, women, etc. So we would like to provide more opportunities on equal basis to these communities. So we are linked by this cybersecurity training, but also we work with other kind of trainings, digitalization, etc. So we have a plan to do that. And a new project was created in this sense. So we fund, thanks to the project, the first part of the training course, and students that complete the training will pay back once they've found a job that is paid with more than 18,000 euro a year. So the idea was to meet the needs of the market. So we created specific projects to make sure that once the education or training is completed, they will join the market. So we have an 88% employment rate of the people who completed the training courses, and the candidates who are the protagonists of training, but also companies that look for diverse talent and that help people to develop their career on the basis of equal opportunities for everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. Beatriz, you've been working with INCIBE for a short time. So the first class graduated now in September. I don't know if you have any kind of apprenticeships periods, or you work directly with companies to hire these people, right after they complete the courses. No, we have organizations working with us. Santander Bank, we collaborate with Intra and INCIBE, and they collaborate in this INCIBE program, but they collaborate with us in other digital skills programs. And we work with other technological consulting companies that want to join the program. So we are really focused on people with disabilities, but next year, together with Santander universities, to work with vulnerable communities, to continue working in training. So the track record of Universidad Foundation will be used to continue working with the other communities. Juan Ignacio, welcome. You have the floor. And if I'm not mistaken, Emancipatic, your organization, deals with the elderly. Yes, correct. Yes, we mainly work with the elderly because, as you say, our society is facing an important social change. We call it the digital society, digital Europe. So the goal is digitalization. So without security, there will be no digitalization. Without cybersecurity, there will be no digitalization. And this is very important. So probably we focused on digitalization and less on cybersecurity. So Emancipatic has been set up 10 years ago, and the origin was the need of many experts that retired, and after retirement they realized that digitalization should be a democratic process, so digitalization for all and with all. We still are talking about the gaps that exist between poverty and richness and wealthiness, a gap between those who have a job and those who don't have a job. These gaps are big, and the digital gap is a real divide of our society. If we want to move forward together, we need to work all together, hand in hand. And we want to congratulate INCIBE for the programs they implement, for the program they have with Emancipatic to promote the work of low employability communities, communities that are not well represented in the sector, in order for them to follow on the same steps the entire society is walking. So there's a gap between the elderly and digitalization in banks and in the public administration, which is not only for the elderly. Ageism is not relevant here, but many citizenship don't have the necessary skills. Emancipatic has an agreement with the National Police, with the Civil Guard, the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces to promote education, training, and awareness raising on digitalization, more specifically on cybersecurity. No space in our society, no space of employment should not exclude anyone. That's why we need to work on that, and this should be the commitment of everybody, the commitment of the administration, of the companies, of the citizenship. So our commitment should be equality that will become a driving engine for social change. So Emancipatic, together with INCIBE, have a project, Cyber Ethic, like cyber and ethics, cyber ethic. In cybersecurity, we need to include the ethical values. The goal is to work with 800 people. As my colleague said before, these people come from vulnerable groups, disability, people with disabilities, long-term unemployed, people living in municipalities with less than 3,000 inhabitants, so the rural areas, and these people doesn't have the same levels of training and education in terms of cybersecurity as the other groups in society. So we would like to thank INCIBE for the special look they have on this kind of people in society. I could elaborate on that, but I think I said the most important things. Okay, thank you, Juan Ignacio. Congratulations to you all. Congratulations and thank you. As a citizen, I would like to thank you for the great actions you carry out for these communities. I'm fully convinced that INCIBE can provide your organizations with more resources to train the talent or the professionals that are missing because we know that so many cybersecurity professionals are necessary. But at the same time, I would like to ask you to reach out to the most vulnerable communities in terms of cybersecurity, because as the National Cybersecurity Strategy says, we need to be aware that we are all co-responsible for this big challenge. And each one of us, when handling devices, when making any kind of daily activity, we should be aware that cybersecurity depends on us. This cybersecurity for all depends on each one of us. And the groups you work with are especially vulnerable, so please let them know that we are all co-responsible for cybersecurity. This is the main request on one of the most important topics, is that there are many initiatives, but sometimes these initiatives are not coordinated in a harmonized way. That's why we requested for the creation of a national citizens cybersecurity strategy plan. So when we created the cybersecurity compass, we compared the benefits and we compared this with safety on the road. Because some years ago, a strategic plan was set up, and thanks to that, safety on the road changed dramatically. So I think in cybersecurity, which is not only professionals but also all of us, that's why we wanted to encourage you to continue working on that. Now, one more minute for a reflection or a request on how can we make cybersecurity to become the driving engine we all need. Yes, I'm going to repeat some of the phrases that you said before. As Juan mentioned, so is without security, there's no technology. And this applies to the citizens, to the population. This applies to the public administration, and this applies to companies as well. Obviously, we should all work hand in hand and aligned. And the other idea, as Beatriz and myself said, the employment of these people that rebuild themselves on the basis of their disabilities, so real quality possibilities for them to have qualified jobs, allowing them to grow professionally and personally. I would like to retain this idea. Training, education, awareness raising, cybersecurity, this is going to be a winning situation for everybody, for companies, for citizenship, for projects that will end up in companies later on, and the trainees should aim at having quality jobs adapted to the needs of everybody. A word comes to mind: confidence, trust. I would like to ask the public organizations to trust citizens, to trust companies, to trust entrepreneurs. We hope everybody is going to be included. I hope our job is going to be soon in the past. To trust technology, to trust security, so that we can all together create a safe space to improve the living conditions of each one of us. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank you all. So without further ado, just to stick to time, please give them a round of applause. Thank you for your attention.
Bueno, qué importante esa labor de inclusión.
So this inclusion integration aspect is very important. So the next speaker is going to talk about synergies in cybersecurity in civil and defense domain. She's Amparo Valcarce, Secretary of State for Defense. She will be accompanied on stage by Felix Barrio, Director General of INCIBE, and Mr. Sanchez, Subdelegate of the government in León. So please give them a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to especially congratulate the people who accompany me, the Director of INCIBE and Deputy Delegate of the Government of Spain in León. I would like to welcome the civil authorities that accompany. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be part of the 17th International Gathering on Security of Information that will be dealing with the latest innovation in the civil defense sector in my dear, my cherished city of León. To be here is an opportunity to disseminate the culture of security and defense. We cannot conceive the welfare state today without an adequate level of security and defense. But it's also worthwhile noting PPP, which is one of the most important aspects of the industrial policies of the government of Spain. The Ministry of Defense considered that this plays a very important role to identify, promote, and foster the development of a technological and an industrial basis for defense, especially because we believe that this industrial and technological basis should be the appropriate supplier in the sense of ensuring quality to obtain the best capabilities for our armed forces, especially because we will support decisively the Spanish industry to be more strategically autonomous. Spanish and European society should prepare. We should prepare for the existing challenges because there is an increasingly number of threats in the field of security that might affect the stability of European societies. For this reason, it is logical to think that there's a new security scheme. A new security scheme Spain upholds to, but the European Union as a whole upholds to this new security scheme because we need to uphold our principles and values, democracy and freedom. For defense, it is absolutely necessary that the defense policies, meaning our armed forces, to have an advanced technological level. But this advanced technological level cannot be understood without considering or taking into account cybersecurity. We need to promote, protect a defense industry that should be innovative, able to integrate corporate groups, because not only institutions came together here, not only universities, research groups, innovation groups came together here today, but we also have the industry. And the industry, these corporate groups that are national and multinational, have to contribute to the security of Europe. The industrial strategy of the Ministry of Defense prioritizes precisely, as I said before, national defense, but also an industrial and technological basis present on the entire territory of Spain. That is why our presence here today at INCIBE is so important. That is why the Ministry of Defense promotes INCIBE clearly, because we need to promote and support INCIBE for INCIBE to participate in the field of defense at an international level, not only of the European Union, but also, my dear Director Félix, but also of NATO. Of course, I have to mention the Cybersecurity National Forum. As you well know, it includes an important part of civil society, independent experts, the private sector, the academia, organizations, and not-for-profit organizations, and we are really attentive to their proposals, because we want to promote public-private synergies, because we need to generate knowledge, able to prevent, able to provide with new solutions in the fields of cybersecurity. The Ministry of Defense participates through the Council very actively to the National Security Forum. And we would like to highlight the role we've played in analyzing and promoting cyber defense industry. Some important associations are part of that, as it is the case of TEDAE, the Spanish Association of Technological Companies of Defense, Security, Aerospace and Aeronautics. The Joint Cyberspace Command is also present in that, and the Director General of Weapons and Material reporting to the Secretariat of State of Defense. In this regard, in the last summit of NATO in last July in Vilnius, the Allies decided to improve the contribution of cyber defense to the general capability of deterrence and defense of NATO. In this regard, the role of Spain and the role of INCIBE might be very important, because a concept was put in motion, a concept that will integrate even more the three levels of cyber defense of NATO: political, the military, and the technical levels, making sure the civilian-military cooperation that should be very fruitful in times of peace. But this collaboration should help us to prevent crises and conflicts, and once again show how committed they are to the corporate sector. The European Union is dealing now, and this has been done since the last summit of June in Madrid. The Strategic Compass, which is a document expressing the vision the European Union has in the field of security and defense. And it highlights cooperation. Cooperation between cybersecurity, civilian communities, but also the diplomatic community, the armed forces, and the security forces. Promoting more measures, more resources, and deepening the prevention. All this should not be possible without technological excellence, and this technological excellence requires investment. Funds allowing to work for companies, but also for the entire emerging private sector, including startups. All those who can contribute with talent and knowledge to improve our levels of security. Therefore, in this strategic compass of NATO, what are the most relevant aspects? Experience and knowledge. And the private sector can contribute in this regard with the necessary experience in managing companies, but also They can contribute with knowledge in managing innovation, but knowledge should come from innovation and research groups of our universities and from the entire science and innovation system that we have. The strategic compass promotes a better funding capability, and to do that, cooperation is needed. Obviously, private investments are there, but we need to play a tractor role, and the public sector should have this tractor, this driving engine role in the field of cybersecurity linked to defense as a driving engine also for the private sector. It is important to make all the vision converge within the national cybersecurity strategy, supporting the exchange of information, supporting quality of teaching, and ongoing learning. The Director General of INCIBE and myself, we were talking about many of the programs that the Ministry of Defense created. It was a satisfaction for me to be able to meet the people who are working with the Ministry of Defense, the companies and universities that collaborate with the virtual campus of defense that the Ministry of Defense has, but also with the sub-mill platform. So all of that is growing, obviously, but we need to reinforce even more exchange of information, quality of teaching, and ongoing learning. The ongoing learning of our staff members, because all this leads us to something which is also important. We need to increasingly protect critical infrastructure. Combatants are increasingly behind the computer, and they use new technologies to combat, which means that an important part of the investment done by the Ministry of Defense will be geared towards research and development linked to cybersecurity. For this reason, I believe this forum to be very important for me to convey to you the mission, the vision, and the goals the Ministry of Defense is working for. This forum is important for me to talk about the technological and industrial basis of defense that exist, meaning the companies that are already working in the field of cybersecurity in defense. And also, I need to highlight, however, that there are some aspects to be reinforced. And you should know that we will be working together with the companies that are represented here, and together with INCIBE, because we want to promote an industrial sector that will gain interest, because we need more people, more companies that participate in our call for tenders. So we invite you all to frequently consult the public sector contracting platform. It's very important to have you all on board, but we also need to promote and facilitate the internationalization of many of the companies that are present here today. It's true that many of them are already located outside Spain, but we want to support business projects, research projects. We want to support them all. Especially, we want to support those organizations interested in working in the fields I mentioned before, within under the umbrella of NATO and the European Union, because we believe they have a very important field of action ahead of them, and Spain should be present there. We also want to encourage investment. Be sure that if the defense budget this year grew by 25%, because the goal is to reach 2% of our GDP for investment in defense and security. Rest assured that one of our main investing goals is the field of cybersecurity and cyber defense. To sum up, we want to achieve synergies between institutions that are here today within INCIBE, private public synergies. We want to achieve synergies with entrepreneurs and companies. We want to achieve synergies also with those who are working with projects in universities and research groups. We invite them all, we invite you all to participate in our programs, because we are convinced that your capability, your creativity, your talent can also be put to the service of Spain and to all Spanish citizens. So thank you very much to all of you. Okay, so we are close to the end, but this is not the end. We'll stay here until 2:45 approximately. So the time has come for the last round table to talk about women talent in the field of cybersecurity. And we are going to have 4 excellent speakers, and they will be talking about initiatives to reach this goal, working with young girls and professionals of all ages. So let's please welcome Maria Rojo, Mar López, Esther Tejedor, and Maite Arcos. The session will be moderated by Sara Garcia, RETEC officer at INCIBE.
Can you hear me? Okay, so we'll just wait for a new chair. We still need one chair, but I will introduce the different speakers to talk about female talent. That is all the rage at this point in time. I am lucky enough to be surrounded by 4 important profiles. I will present them briefly. Esther Tejedor, Director of Technology and Operations, Security Operations at Telefónica Tech. She works, she has more than 1,000 people reporting. We also have Mar López. We know her very well. She has a long background. She is now Director of Cybersecurity for Spain and Portugal at Accenture. And something important for this round table, you are the Vice President of Women for Cyber for Spain. We also have Maria Rojo, CEO of cyber intelligence company ETEC and Company, and founder of We Are Cyber Girls. And finally, we have Maite, current General Director of Foundation INCIBE. She is a speaker in many conferences and leads the Masters at UCM University on Women's Studies. Let's start with Maite. What are the challenges to attract female talent to the cyber area? Well, we should do exactly what we are doing now. Say clearly that we are all necessary. This is not just a question of STEM training in the strict traditional sense. You mentioned that I am a lecturer at a master's degree, including economy, law, etc. It is necessary to have a multi-skilled scope. It is not only something that affects the youth. We all need to reinvent ourselves and to learn constantly, because cybersecurity is a multi-skill sphere. We are convinced that this is positive, that it will bring improvements for quality, productivity, and economic and social development of our societies. But everything that is interconnected is potentially vulnerable. So cybersecurity, as digitalization grows, also the needs for cybersecurity grow. And there is also a regulation tsunami coming from Europe. The one that affects us the most is global, but this comes from Europe. It has its transformation to the world of law, and somebody needs to translate those legal obligations and how they impact on individuals. These would be my two main messages. Everybody is called to this world of cybersecurity. Yes, really interesting, because I think we have highlighted that it's just not a question of having those more technical profiles, but rather any person, men and women, has a place here. There are many different posts and many different profiles. It is not a question of who gets there first, but rather we need a large number of people. And Maria, with the initiative We Are Cybergirls, I think this came out of ENISE. Yes, it came out of dinner following one of the sessions of ENISE. This is a relatively new initiative. You are doing, however, many things. Can you tell us more about what you're doing? Well, we decided that everybody was talking about how there is a problem with women in the STEM world, and particularly in cybersecurity, and we decided to tackle the issue where we needed to tackle it with young girls. Girls want to enjoy, girls want to have fun, and this is exactly what we did. We designed an event where young girls spend an entire day to teach them how to hack and how to destroy the world, because this is what is cool, this is what's wicked. And they come to our event and they have a fantastic time. And here we have some of these girls that have already enjoyed some of these activities. They come with their families, and their families also are introduced into the world of hacking. And we tell them about all the risks that are out there. And they spend a whole day enjoying cybersecurity with other women, which they can have as a reference. This is an itinerant event. We have visited Bilbao, we have visited Malaga, and recently we've been called from outside of Spain to take the event to this place. So the event is focused on them. They spend a full day with female reference, and a new way that we are actually working on. And we receive emails from parents saying that the girls want to go back to do these activities again. And so we have created workshops, and in those workshops they are more specific. They will do an online workshop on mobile hacking. We're preparing another one on web app hacking. And we want them to see how joyful and enjoyable our world is, and we want to convey this message of you have a place here, you will enjoy here, and you're very welcome. Yes, really interesting. And I think you mentioned two key points which I think are important for children when they start with this. The family. It is so important for families to support these young girls' decisions and pathways. You mentioned the workshops. What workshops are you doing? It is not often the parents that want to come, it is actually the girls that want to come to our workshops. We also do with them short talks on things that might interest them. We've had police bodies, we've had people with a lot of talent to tell them about the tools that are available out there to help them, and we are not aware of how ignorant families are when it comes to protecting themselves and their children from everything that's outside. Beyond a computer or a mobile handset, they don't have a clue, and when you tell them about these things that we often take for granted and they don't really know much about, they are so grateful, so thankful, and they begin a new relationship with technologies and with their children, and this is something that we need to talk about. Yes, that's really important because that's the actual nexus. The families might not be really happy about it, they might be reluctant, but then they enjoy it, yes indeed, and then they are invited to a snack and they are very appreciative, and the girls, they enjoy it so much. And sometimes we just do it in a portable way, and we do it around the country. Yes, and then the dynamic part of it. And Mar, what do you do at Women for Cyber, the Spanish chapter that comes from European initiative? Can you tell us more about this initiative? I will tell you about the initiative, and then I will tell you about some things, even the songs, such as Burrito Toro Llanero, that come out of these activities with girls. As Sarah just mentioned, Women for Cyber Spain is the first chapter of a member state. This is an initiative from the European Commission, which created the Women for Cyber Foundation, and they thought about how to take this to the member states in order to attract female talent to cybersecurity. Spain positioned and raised its voice to say, we want to be the first to bring this initiative to Spain, and we do many things, including, as Maria just mentioned, bringing our efforts together, join forces, because forces and efforts have to be combined, not only from women and men, with young girls, with you, with executive, female directors, etc., to create cybersecurity talent from different perspectives. I am an economist, although I am devoted to cybersecurity, and I think I have done my bit, really. So Women for Cyber is always getting in trouble, really. But I want to mention two interesting things we have embarked on recently. I'm not sure whether my colleague Danny is around. One is on entrepreneurship. Apart from the talent breach, we have a talent breach in cybersecurity when it comes to women. We've spent 2 editions related to female entrepreneurship, and the first one was not quite very strong. In this second one, we have made greater progress, and we need to continue to grow this. Another line is related to training, because in some way this re-qualification in many cases of people coming from information and technology careers who want to work in cybersecurity, we help them through a mentoring program. I am a mentor, and we help these people who want to approach or grow in the sphere of cybersecurity in more technical aspects, or find the necessary training so that they can develop their skills in the future. Another of the issues that's very relevant for me is that of roles. So women like us being here today telling people working on cybersecurity that this is important makes no sense whatsoever. Excuse me, we need to tell the story to the people outside. We want to tell the story to the parents so that they support the children, the female children, their daughters, talk about compliance, the business, legislation, talent, the technical specificities. Cybersecurity is made up by many different pieces and components, and we need to highlight this because we work to a greater or lesser degree in cybersecurity, and we are more or less aware of these things, and female participation in cybersecurity where women should be. This is a table made by women, but we have to be there as professionals in cybersecurity across the board. And in INCIBE, in this case, we have seen how it is raising its voice, saying that it is necessary to have more women in cybersecurity. They have been doing so for a long time. This and much more is what Women for Cyber is supporting. We are young as an association. The structure of the people making up the directing or executive board and the presidency will have daily jobs, and we do this because we want, because we believe in it, and specifically in cooperation with those who know that we have to join forces, and independent initiatives can only get so far, and if we join forces we can reach further, and this is what we need to do in cybersecurity. So many things, Mara, and you speak so quickly. Well, I know from past experience. I'll tell you, we have a little bit more time. We don't need to tell everything in 2 seconds. Esther, in your case, you're the Director of Technology and Security Operations at Telefónica Tech. Can you tell us what you do at Telefónica Tech? What's your role with the more than 1,500 professionals that are working there? How are women represented there? Well, right now, my team, which is made up by around 1,500 people, we have around 20% female. Telefónica Tech has a greater percentage as a whole, and right now the company in managerial roles, we are at 32%, and we expect to end the year at around 34% managerial roles in the hands of female workers. We are very broad already. We have not only men, women, but also in the culture. We speak 9 languages in total in the intelligence center. So we have room for absolutely everyone. In the scope of security, the scope of security is very broad, as we have said, and having someone doing code reversing for malware, or somebody who does compliance analysis, they require very different roles. So cybersecurity has an enormous space, and my main concern right now, going back to your question, is to find qualified professionals, be it men or women, the people who are really interested about this so that they can be part of the team, because the need is enormous. The market does require these professionals. So from Telefónica Tech, we are pushing forward initiatives in order to capture that talent. Right now, we have around 1,000 certifications per year in my team in order to achieve the technological progress that we are making and to adapt. Technology goes much faster than what we have capacity to train professionals. So anyone who likes this, who are interested in technology and who are quick learners, are more than welcome in the cybersecurity world. We have initiatives related to Campus 42. I don't know whether you've heard of it. This is a project, an innovation project, which I would say is one of the most novel ones, and is also free of charge. And they provide training to people who want to work in the most technological aspects, or those aspects related to cybersecurity. Also people that want to go for reskilling, because the capacities and the skills that are required are learning skills and also a real interest for what's going on. So I would say that these are the initiatives that we are promoting the most. On the other hand, something we do to retain talent, because it's not only about getting that talent, but rather about reducing that rotation index. We aim to retain people and to give them a professional career, and what we do is to try and make people to stay in the places of origin. At Telefónica Tech, remote work, it's all over the place. It's very commonplace. We have teams here in León, in Seville, in Barcelona, on the different islands, in Malaga, in Asturias. And so the people, for them to be able to work in their own cities and villages is something that really helps us promote interest among cybersecurity and across cybersecurity. Yes, really interesting and very necessary indeed. And given that question that you said, the lack of talent, the lack of people that want to join cybersecurity, not only because they are not enough, but rather because we need many more. Yes, indeed. Maite, this is where you also come into play with training. You have also vast experience managing people. For that STEM part, how do you combine that lack of talent with the training that you do and the things that you see in your foundation? How do you juggle with all these things? Or what things would you say are the most important aspects to take into account? Yes, indeed. As it's clear, and as you have already pointed out, there is a big gap between the needs for people and the actual people available. We require people from all backgrounds, not only technological backgrounds, to cover and take over posts. I am also an economist myself, and we have spent quite some time in the digital world. I think we need to highlight and combine these two worlds. I remember then speaking with Maria Jesus, the CEO at Telefónica Tech. She is lovely, and we asked her, what's your main concern in cybersecurity terms? And she said, the lack of talent. No doubt. I was really shocked. I thought she would be talking about standards, etc., and she mentioned lack of talent. And then I asked again, are you talking about STEM areas? And she said, no, of any sort, not only university degrees, but rather people from all backgrounds and all times. And this is the message that we want to convey from our foundation. Not only do we need mathematicians, physicists, etc., but also we need that reskilling. We have lived how many people have been made redundant in the digital world in Spain, of people over the age of 50. If you are over 50 and you are a woman, you are going to have a great deal of difficulty finding a job. You will need to reskill in some industry, because nobody will expect that you will become the next mathematicians that will discover the next mathematical miracle. But each of us, in our own backgrounds, from law to ethics to many aspects, we need to cooperate from that multi-skilled focused for cybersecurity. Yes, really important indeed. We are sharing some hints about how the industry can embrace those people who are attracted to technology or curious about it, and they do not need to have a specific technical skill, but rather we have many different skills. And this is what you do at Women for Science, because you have that entrepreneurship program in place in order to try to attract those people who may not be interested in cybersecurity to begin with. Can you tell us a little bit more about how you do this? How do you reach those women? Well, it also works on word of mouth. Cooperations are done with a number of companies that we cooperate with. We launch initiatives together with them, Telefónica and many others. So it is all about creating a community. And this also extends the word of mouth. People say, well, I heard a talk by this or that person. I heard a lawmaker the other day saying, what should I do to approach cybersecurity? And at the end of the day, they come up to you and you may direct them to the community and say, well, this person who's to tell them about the next steps that they should take. It is essential to have that culture. We also have male counterparts, of course. And in the technology world, and particularly in cybersecurity, we have created a sort of community. At the end of the day, we know each other. This is not new. And those of us who have been around for a few years know each other, really. And this is important. Also, the issue of the different roles. Mentoring is important, but mentoring is just about mentoring somebody so that they can attain and reach their goal. Entrepreneurship is more complicated, maybe, since entrepreneurship in cybersecurity is always complicated. And in the scope, when we talk about women, it is even more difficult, because in the first editions we found certain difficulties to find women who wanted to enter the technological career of cybersecurity. Maria has created a fantastic job, but this requires a community. It requires people wanting to help, and at the end of the day, this has to come from society. It cannot just be Women for Cyber or Cyber Girls or the foundations. And this is something that we need to do together. I don't like to talk about lack of talent. I think that people, per se, do have talent. It is just about finding the way to develop that talent towards what that person is interested in. And if someone, an interior designer, came up to me and said, "Matt, I want to work in cybersecurity. How do I do it?" It's complicated. It's really complicated. It's really difficult. You may need to find certain tips to see whether you can find some relationships. This is difficult, but they come. And they want to develop the talent they already have and devote it to cybersecurity. Maite said it. We are economists. My path, my career, I already had a talent. Of course, everybody has a talent in one way or another. How do we reconduct? How do we take that talent to the digital world, to the digital transformation? How do I direct it? How do I guide it? I didn't have any reference. Now we need to make use of the communities that exist so that they can look out for those references and find the ways to develop that talent towards cybersecurity and to cover that demand for professionals that's already not in the world of cybersecurity, but also in the technology world as a whole, both for men and women alike. Yes, really interesting indeed. And it is also important, Maria, to work with children, with young boys and girls in those stages where they might think about what they would like to be, what they would like to become when they're older. And cybersecurity is often not there. It's just simply not there. So how do you promote? So you have children, young girls coming up to your program because they already know it, or is it because that they don't know it and then you explain? Well, we start from a situation where in Spain we're living a very strange and bizarre situation because we had a surge of women coming to the STEM areas, and then that has come down. It has dropped, totally dropped. And we said, why? Why is it coming down? We didn't quite understand. And we had the feeling in the world of cybersecurity, we had a kind of a black hole when we talk about cybersecurity, and this puts them off. But they want to be part of it. And when you tell them you're going to be sharing with other women, other girls, I don't know how they become acquainted with what we do. I don't know how they get to know us, but it is them that say to the parents, "I want to hack for a day." Imagine the parents' faces. I want to go to the beach, and you are saying that you want to go hacking somewhere. And it is them that come up to us because they really like it. They want to be with us, but we don't. We have certain social stereotypes, which I don't know where they come from, that drifts them apart from these areas. But they do like it. They have a great time, and they say, "Give me more. We want more. Give us more." Every single day.
I was there, and you cannot imagine how much they know about cybersecurity. They would talk about virus, mobile phone hacking, webs, etc. And then all of a sudden you see, oh my God, these girls have 9 to 13 years of age, and you can change their mindset, you can change their patterns, and you can tell them, come closer, join us. But they were really knowledgeable. So we need to push for self-learning. We must do away with cliches and commonplaces, because they are already there and they really want to be there. It's a piece of advice for those young girls, women who would like to redirect their professional career to that. What would you tell them? Okay, 3 things. First, if you really like this, if you're really interested on cybersecurity or technology as a whole, do it. Don't let yourself be guided by what the other people say. If you want something, go for it. Difficulties are sometimes put by ourselves. And I've always liked the technological field. I have to admit that, and so probably I'm not a standard woman in this regard, but when I was in school and I didn't know what to study, and I remember a girl came to school. She was studying telecommunications. I studied telecommunications, so she told us how they were studying with satellites and launching satellites, and was the moment when I said to myself, I want to do the same. So malware reversing, attacks, when someone talk to you about these things, code generations, etc., cyber criminality, etc., you can realize that it's really passionate, and I always learning things, because things are changing constantly. So if you're really interested, please follow the path, and you will not encounter many obstacles if you really want to. And then try to find reference people, women or men, that will become a reference for you. So let yourself be guided by what they've done. And don't believe you will not manage to do that. I never thought I would be doing what I'm doing now. And I'm really thrilled. I really love it. So that's the point, I would say. And then reskilling, as you mentioned in the intelligence team, we have people contextualizing threats within a specific sector. So we are working with operations to make sure the election in one country, not only in Spain but in other countries, will happen in the optimum conditions without cyber attacks. So context is important. Defense is not the same as the retail world. So if the people who know the business and if they have the cultural knowledge to put threats in context are necessary. Not only is linked to technology, as we mentioned before, but the technological part is super beautiful. So we are facing a generation of real bad guys, but since early childhood or youth, they are staying in their house, not studying, not doing anything. So what I wanted to say is that this fear is wonderful, so please join us. So before the closing ceremony, let's sum up on saying cybersecurity is for everybody, for every kind of profiles. You need to be interested, and of course you will be acquiring knowledge thanks to initiatives and the references, the reference points and people and initiatives. Initiatives are important to get in touch first with cybersecurity. It's a broad field. Once you know it, you fall in love and you stay for good. So thank you very much for your participation, and that's all. Thank you very much. Okay, the time has come for us to close the event. I'm asking you all at the back to come closer, to take your seats. I wanted to mention something about the previous panel. Pushing for the presence of women in the sector is extremely important. Progress has been made, but still a long way to go. And the main message is that this is not only a thing for women, but for everybody. So both men and women, please get involved in training, awareness raising to make the presence of female talent grow. So it's good for us to have an increasing number of women so that we can reach equality. So the time has come for us to close this 017 ENISE, 017 ENISE. For the first closing speech, let's give the floor to Mr. Felix Barrio, Director General of INCIBE. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary of State, Mr. Subdelegate of Government, authorities, my friends, thank you all for your participation in this special edition of ENISE that was a success thanks to your support, thanks to the support of all of you to this company, the industry, public and private organization. We have you bet for having in Spain the best cybersecurity sector in Europe and in the world. So I reiterate, thank you very much for your effort to make the best every time. This event, as you saw, will require us to enlarge this Congress Hall. Madam Secretary, who would have said in the past that this Congress Hall was going to be small. So that's the future we foresaw some years ago. You are working for a more secure and digitalized economy and cybersecurity. 2,511 people followed the presentations on the internet, and more than 3,000 people participated in presence yesterday and today to the biggest event in Europe in terms of the number of participants. But also we are experiencing a great collaboration for business nationally and internationally. All the exhibitors, thank you very much for supporting this event, which is one of the most important in the international circuit of the security industry. 132 speakers. That was not enough. Only 4% of speakers were women. Only. I said only. We need to reach 50 or more. It is extremely important for us not to forget that the main challenge is this gap in the labor market. We need more women studying engineering and promoting the digital sector. In this process, we are putting our small amount because we have many women as leader of organizations and business. And of course, our international friends. We started mentioning our Ukrainian brothers and sisters, our Israeli brothers and sisters. We are very proud of the international cooperation. There are 15 international delegations that participated at the International Business Forum, 350 bilateral meetings, So, in a nutshell, this gathering has been the most international of all the gatherings, and it has been important for Spain, for Europe, for the world. So, 017 represents our 17th edition, but it also represents to take away. 017 is the helpline for companies, individuals, and freelancers to suffer attacks. This number represents that no one is left behind when facing threats that are increasingly growing, are more global and more critical. It represents the effort of a public service for the Spanish citizens, both men and women, feel they are protected 360 days, meaning all year round. And this 17th edition has been more visible than ever. So thank you very much for your participation, and let's meet again in the 18th edition next year. And now I give the floor to the Secretary of State for Defense, Ms. Valcarce. Thank you. Mr. Deputy Delegate of Government in Leon, Director General of INCIBE, Deputy Delegate of Defense in Leon, civilian and military authorities, ladies and gentlemen. This international gathering on security of the information, ENISE, has consolidated as an international event that will be a reference point in Spain, in Europe, for the cybersecurity industry. Undoubtedly, cybersecurity is part of the main pillars for the security of our nation. We have witnessed the proliferation of cyber attacks, and we witnessed the increase of the technical and operational capabilities of increasingly more sophisticated operations. This requires a constant commitment to improving cybersecurity in Spain and in Europe. To do that, in the field of defense, and security, in the framework of this international gathering on security of information, one of the main goals is cooperation. Cooperate in cybersecurity for cybersecurity from the civilian and the military fields, meaning both companies and institutions. So, collaboration by research and innovation centers, but also the collaboration by all those who are concerned and really working in cybersecurity. And why is that? Because we want to continue developing research and innovation. We need to join efforts. Big and smaller companies should join efforts. We need to support research centers. We want to support our universities, and we want to support the entire science and research centers. We need to support dual usage technologies at the service of the armed force, and also we want to support technologies that will be used in the civilian fields. In these 2 days, you've been dealing with cybersecurity topics which are vital. In front of novelties and challenges and threats. Our main concerns are none other than citizens, Spanish citizens, none other than our people. And this integral security is the one the government of Spain is pushing for. That's why we need to promote cooperation links. We all have to cooperate. We all have to have security in mind. Our personal protection, our individual protection, being aware that with the mobile phone, we also face risks and threats, but we need to be aware that by using a phone, we can contribute to the security of all. And undoubtedly, because the public powers are responsible for that, we need to cooperate with international organizations of security and defense. That is why I would like to thank you all for your contribution, for your participation at ENISE. because this 17th international gathering on security of information has been successful. You perceive this as a success. It is a success for us, and undoubtedly, it is a success for INCIBE and for the city of León. So, congratulations to all of you. Thank you very much, and see you soon in the next edition of ENISE. We hope that in that occasion we'll have a world, a Europe, a Spain which will be more secure thanks to our contribution to common security. Without further ado, I declare this days closed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Valcarce, Mr. Felix. One of the takeaways are the needs of cooperation and innovation, and as Felix said, attract talent. So now, yes, this is the end of the event. I would like to thank you for your participation, your commitment to cybersecurity. We hope that this 17th edition of ENISE, you will take away memorable memories, learnings, knowledge, and new connections. So let's use the momentum generated here to move forward in terms of cybersecurity for the next generations. Let's say goodbye to each other by watching a video. But first, I would like you to give a round of applause for all the INCIBE team, the technical teams, and all the people who have been working for this event.